Greetings, Black family, greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Krumah, and we should be joined with some guests, hopefully, we'll see. I'm at the Black House, so Lady Che will not be joining us for a second night in a row, uh, unless she hits the link, we'll see. On this season 5, episode 51, part 3 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first one is the Democrats divided over deal to end government shutdown. Senate reaches breakthrough deal to reopen government after historic shutdown. It's on day 41, going on 42 now. Eight Senate Democrats caved to Trump on shutdown ending deal. Outrage erupts. Democrats caved to Republicans to end shutdown. Get ready for $2,000 insurance costs per month. MAGA supporters beg Trump for help, which is hilarious, as economic pain and layoffs deepen nationwide. Trump warns states fund SNAP or don't fund SNAP, they'll lose all federal dollars. Did Tucker Carlson and Nicc Fuentes start a GOP war? Should Black Americans in NYC, New York City, be concerned with Zohran Mamdani focusing more on immigrants? Yes, they definitely should. Outkast ushered into Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Salt and Pepper Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction speech and performance. And our legal migrant and Unhoused neighbor news and local Denver news. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We get the news from a frontline and Black First perspective. We are part of the new Black media and also the signal boosters of the new Black media. We have been around for 5 seasons now and counting, and we have several platforms that are part of the frontline campaign. Frontline Black News being the first, which was started at the end of 2020, early 2021. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based off the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio in 2016 and have been around for 10 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. And it also is a part of the Frontline campaign, and as we've seen within the last 2 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please join us tomorrow for a brand new episode of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Please make sure you like and share the broadcast, family. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News 1, Frontline Black News 2, my personal page, Jesse Parrish, aka Chan Krumah, the RBA Lady Che's page, the Revolutionary Agenda, our cousin out of the Bay Area, Jay Militant. His YouTube channel is also in the description, was Cracking TV with Jay Militant. Kukizi, the brother does our intro track for the Frontline Black News usually when we're on the page, StreamYard subscription. Um, his YouTube channel is in the description. The Church of Black Power, a brother out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas. His link is also in the description. Black Truth United, our brother out of either Ohio or Dayton. He's either in Ohio or Michigan. I'm not exactly sure which one, but our young brother Black Truth United, his link is also in the description. Please sign the petition for reparations, family. That change.org. Link is in the description. Our brother Black Voltron Reloaded, man, he rests in power. He was really about that town business and that B1 FBA business. His GoFundMe is also in the description. Davion Canty Jr., Black student expelled or withdrawn from Texas University for mocking the death of racist white supremacist Charlie Kirk. His GoFundMe is also in the description. Help Greg Marcel Dixon, our brother who ran against Jimbo Jangles Clybourne down in South Carolina, who has been a teacher for 10 years. Help him seek justice after 10 years of dedicated teaching. And also support Lady Che's GoFundMe. Her link to her GoFundMe is also in the description. Also, we have copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism and white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 areas of human activity, which is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition. And also, that's by the great Neely Fuller Jr., who transitioned back in February of this year at the age of 95. ProduceJustice.com. Also, when you, a black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by Neely Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And last but not least, racism and white supremacy is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that's by the great Dr. Francis Chris Wilson, who transitioned back in January of 2016. And our good brother Tariq Nasheed paid for her funeral, along with Dr. Ben, Dick Gregory, and so many others. So shout out to Tariq Nasheed, and the hell with them pan goofies that call themselves trying to go at Tariq Nasheed right now. It's complete bullshit. But so those are the topics. Thank y'all for tapping in. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. So I'm gonna hop right into it. But the Democrats are divided over deal to end government shutdown.
Breaking news tonight, government shutdown breakthrough, 40 break from their party to make a deal in what could be the beginning of the end of the shutdown. The key vote tonight in the Senate as House members rush back to Washington to push through the bill. New details on how the deal came together and when the government could reopen. Plus, the outrage inside the Democratic Party, many believing they gave up too much. And breaking news just in, ambulances on the scene after an accident at Dulles Airport near D.C. That as the air travel crisis is only getting worse. Nearly 10,000 flights canceled or delayed today. The president's new threat to air traffic controllers if they skip work. The dangerous wintry weather blasting the Midwest and even parts of the South, dumping more than a foot of snow. Dangerous whiteout conditions causing nearly 200 crashes. Cars sliding off the road, and this one engulfed in flames. Where the snow is headed next. A small plane plunged for Jamaica. Divers on the scene searching for those on board. Cruise ship death mystery. A teen found dead on board a Carnival cruise ship. The FBI now investigating. NBC News exclusive, a military gynecologist accused of recording patients during exams, how he allegedly used a phone in his pocket to do it. And more than a game, the college football fans who rallied together to help a rival in need. Nightly News starts right now.
This This is NBC Nightly News with Tom Yamas.
And good evening. The longest government shutdown in American history could finally be coming to an end. Tonight, the Senate voting on a bill to reopen the government and get millions of workers back to work and back to being paid. Here they are, the 5 additional Senate Democrats breaking ranks to support the deal. And today there was fierce blowback from their Democratic colleagues, accusing them of giving up on their biggest demands, including on health care. Today, the impacts of the shutdown more real than ever, with more than 2,000 flights canceled and thousands more delayed. And travel was made even more complicated today by a band of dangerous winter weather that stretched from the Great Lakes to the Gulf Coast. More than a foot of snow wreaking havoc in Indiana. There's sending cars spiral area, this one, and on fire in a crash as well. Ryan Nobles has it all covered and starts us off tonight from Capitol Hill.
Tonight, the breakthrough. After nearly 6 weeks, the federal government shutdown looks set to end.
We have support from enough Democrats, and we're going to be opening up our country. It's too bad it was closed.
And it is sparking a deep divide among Democrats.
There is no great secret, Ryan, that there is a debate now about the future of the Democratic Party.
For weeks, Senate Republicans have not had enough Democratic votes to end the shutdown. But overnight, 5 new Senate Democrats joined 3 others, voting to no longer block the reopening of the government in exchange for a concession that Senate Republicans had been offering for weeks to hold a vote on extending Obamacare subsidies. Now, many progressive Democrats are accusing their Democratic colleagues of caving by not getting Republicans to agree to more.
How disappointed are you in your Democratic colleagues that are voting yes for this bill?
Look, I think it was a terrible, terrible vote. At a time when we have a broken healthcare system, this is going to make our healthcare system even worse.
Well, it was the only deal on the table.
New Hampshire Democrat Jeanne Shaheen voted to end the shutdown.
Was it worth it?
We crystallized the fight about health care for the American people and made it clear who's holding that up. It's President Donald Trump. It's Speaker Johnson.
A deal means a resumption of government food assistance payments and back pay for returning federal workers. Republicans believing it was long overdue.
After 40 days of wandering in the wilderness and making the American people suffer needlessly, some Senate Democrats finally have stepped forward to end the pain.
All right, Ryan joins us live now. Ryan, the only question tonight, when will these votes happen so the government can reopen?
Tom, the Senate right now is working through a series of votes. They're expected to pass the bill tonight. It will then go to the House, where they're planning a vote on Wednesday in order to give time for their members to return here to Washington. Once the House passes the bill, it will go to the president's desk for his...
Ryan Nobles leading Hill. And despite that progress, it was another nightmare.
All right, so it looks like the government shutdown could end as early as Wednesday. So we'll keep y'all updated. I got some more clips lined up though about this. So let me see what the next clip is. So this next one's from Lisa Cabrera. Shout out to Lisa Cabrera. I found out about Lisa Cabrera through Professor Blacc too. Oh, where's the sound?
Really goodness with the nozzle that coconut to.
Ladies and gentlemen, look like the Senate reached an agreement to reopen the government. And so this agreement came about today. And this is also a historic day because It's officially the longest this government has been shut down in U.S. history. And it's no shock that Donald Trump was the president the first and second time this has happened. But let's see how they get on with business. I just don't have a good feeling about this. I'm just saying, especially with the health care, and people are already seeing premiums doubling and tripling coming in the mail. So let's get to the article. Senate advances deal to reopen government after Democrats strike major agreement. After the longest government shutdown in U.S. history, a wave of relief is finally spreading across the country. The Senate has voted to advance a bipartisan deal that would reopen the government and restore pay to federal workers, marking a critical turning point in a political standoff that has paralyzed Washington and left millions of Americans in financial distress, i.e., the breakthrough. The agreement, crafted largely by centrist Democrats and moderate Republicans, aims to fund essential federal programs through the remainder of the fiscal year. In a surprising show of cooperation, both sides agreed to temporarily suspend the policy disputes that fueled the shutdown, focusing instead on getting the government and the economy moving again. Senators behind the deal emphasized that workers' livelihoods should not be bargaining chips in political negotiations. The package includes back pay for furloughed employees, immediate resumption of SNAP food benefits, pay, the cost of stalemate. For nearly 2 months, the shutdown's toll has been devastating. Programs ran dry, and family economists estimate that the shutdown cost the U.S. economy billions in lost productivity and consumer confidence. Communities hit hardest, especially those reliant on federal paychecks or benefits, are now breathing a cautious sigh of relief, but the scars remain. Grocery store shelves emptied, small businesses shuttered, and thousands of government workers drained their savings just to stay afloat. A fragile peace. While this new deal ends the immediate crisis, it's far from a permanent solution. Lawmakers warn that if deeper fiscal disagreements aren't resolved soon, another shutdown could loom within months. The political divide over spending priorities, entitlement programs, and federal debt still runs deep. Still, this moment shows that bipartisanship isn't completely dead. The fact that moderates on both sides could find common ground, even briefly, offers a glimmer of hope in an era defined by division. What comes next? Passage likely before the weekend. Federal workers could see pay restored by next week, and SNAP benefits should resume shortly after. For millions of Americans living paycheck to paycheck, this deal represents more than a policy fix. It's a lifeline. As the dust settles, one truth remains clear. America can't afford governance by crisis. The people have paid enough for Washington's dysfunction. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is where everything stands tonight. The longest U.S. shutdown in U.S. history was 36 days long, and it will be nearing the end. But the damage that has been done to families and workers and the economy will take much longer to repair. This isn't just politics, it's people's lives that these politicians choose to play with. And in the meantime, they're not the ones standing in food lines. They're not the ones worried at night how they're going to take care of their families, how bills are going to get paid, how they're going to make it through the next few days. People have been worrying no end on their survival since this shutdown happened.
That's right, Lisa. They're gambling with people's lives, as my godmother would say. And it needs to stop. So keep this all in mind. because the midterms are coming up next year, and these motherfuckers gonna want to get reelected, and there's no way in hell they should get reelected. All of them need to get swept out of office, every last one of them.
So, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, so the next one's from Uncle Phil. Shout out to Uncle Phil. He's gonna give us an update on the government shutdown ending as well. Oh, this goddamn ass.
It was time for the government shutdown with public. Make sure they.
Oh my God, this goddamn ass.
Some people say like when it came on the platform together and hold a topic discussion. Okay, all right. Well, like I said, some people liking the Monday through Friday, and like I said, I'm just taking it all in. All right. And that's that. Now let's go ahead on and get into what we talking about. We gotta learn about these Democrats. All right, let me start off here. And then we're gonna work tonight. We're gonna work and talk about these Democrats. Give me a second. Okay. All right. These 8 senators broke with the Democrats on the government shutdown deal. Now, what did they do? Now, excuse me. Here's my problem. Excuse me. What do you see here? What do you see here with this? Like, tell me what do you see from this picture?
I see nothing but
Let's see if y'all gonna figure out what I'm seeing.
I see nothing
right?
but males.
What do you see here?
No women. That's all
from these 8 photos. Is there anything that y'all noticed with these 8 photos? Crystal says she sees 8 stooges. Okay, what else do you see from these 8 photos? Dre say you see some old folks. Okay, all right. Some people say old in the folks. Some people say idiots. Some people say crazy looking people. Some people say over the hill gang. Some people say the clear people. Okay, all right. Everybody just keeps saying okay. All right. Well, here's my issue. Yes, some of it is what y'all talking about, the age thing, but that's not really what I'm focused on. These 8 people don't represent America. What I mean by that is this: America is not predominantly, you look at this, the whole of America, it's not predominantly white anymore. It's not. If you look at how many black people are here, whether you're black American, black immigrant. If you look at Asian people, Hispanics, if you look at East Indians, Pakistani, you look at all these different groups of people, America is an extreme melting pot. And when you just see all these photos of just nothing but lily white, that's rigged, and I have an issue with America not being represented. I've always had an issue with that. And that's why you had the problems that you have. You have one group of people trying to dictate for many groups of people. That's number one, okay? Now, they say that these senators in total face an instant blowback from the Democrats. They all broke rank, and they say and voted to allow the Senate to move forward on compromise legislation that would reopen the government. They say their decision Sunday night was labeled a betrayal and pathetic by some of the most prominent voices in the Democrat Party. They say, to my mind, this is a very, very bad vote, said Senator Bernie Sanders, a Vermont independent who caucused with Democrats. He said a group of defectors consisted of several senators who are retiring next year, or as a number of former governors. Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson of Louisiana praised them Monday, saying they decided to put principle over their personal politics. The senators surely knew the criticism was coming, but after huddling for hours, often in the Senate basement over the last week, each senator reached the same conclusion. It was time for the government shutdown to end. Okay. So, this lady here, Senator Shaheen here, she took the lead negotiating and all of that. That was her. So that, you look at these people, Dick Durbin, he's I think he one supposed to be retiring. I think he out of Illinois. Tim Kaine, that was supposed to be Hillary Clinton's VP. Remember him? He was part of it. All these people here, now it's not really so much what they saying. I don't care, because they came out explaining. Okay, but let me get to what I gotta say about all of this. Okay, with the Democrats. Okay, now there's a lot of Democrats that are pissed, and rightfully so. I understand, because why did you wait 40 freaking days to do this? If you was gonna fold, you should have just did it from the beginning and not shut down the government. Why do you put people that, definitely I know, some of you know, who are government employees, why you put them through not getting paid? Why did you put all the people through not getting their SNAP benefits? Why did you put them through all that if you just going to go it on and cave to the Democrats? Okay? So, I'm sorry, it's the Republicans. So, you play games with people for about 40 days, and people not getting their SNAP as they supposed to. The government shutdown is still not over as of yet, but we know how that's going to end. And on the healthcare subsidies, you agreed for a promise of a vote. Well, you know what Mike Johnson said today in the House? He's not promising to take up a vote in the House. So basically, you got nothing for doing all that. You got nothing. Okay. Why? I keep wondering, why did you do it? If you're gonna stand on business for something, you stand on business for it. Now, some people could say, let's go both sides. Well, they're probably getting pressure from their people in their state, and they're not getting their checks and the SNAP and all of that. That's maybe why they did it. Once again, if you wasn't going to go through with it, and actually people voted for them in the last election, right? So clearly, some people wanted them to do what they were doing, and yet this happens. Now, what does this say to? Now I'm going to talk to younger voters or younger potential voters. You have to understand. Let me put that picture back on the screen so y'all can really look at the problem in America. This is the problem. Let me go back up here. This is the problem. I'm not talking about their political party, but I'm talking about that group right there and all who they represent. That's the problem. That's a generation of people. And Fetterman, he wants to be a Republican. He might as well go over there. But this is the problem. You have all these people who don't represent the majority of the people who actually is living this life. All these people are rich. A lot of them are geriatric. Okay. They're running your government. And you know who fault it is? It's not even their fault. It's not their fault. Because people want to point at their age and say this about them and say that about them. Even Republicans too. It's both of them. No, y'all gonna have to take personal responsibility. I'm talking about younger people. You're gonna have to take personal responsibility because these people are keep getting back in there because y'all not running more candidates that's against what they choose to do. Now, the Mamdani guy out in New York, let's talk about him. Now, some people said they voted for him because they said, shoot, what we've been doing ain't been working. You might well try the democratic socialism. Let's see what that do, right? Kind of like, well, hey, what could it hurt? That's a little different, right? And I'm not against the guy. I'm not against him. I don't know what he gonna do. I'm not in New York. Now, a lot of folks are against the guy. Talking about, oh, he's a socialist and he's gonna do this and he's gonna do that. Oh my God. And so now I'm paying more attention to him because, I'm a firm believer what Malcolm X have always said is that Malcolm X said, if they love you, if they love anybody, run away from them. And if they hate anybody, you might want to look at them and run to them. So I want to find out why they hate Mamdani so much. I want to see why. I want to see. They can't stand the dude, right? Y'all gonna have to do something about this country. That's like my sermon tonight. Yeah, it's a sermon. Y'all gonna have to do something about this country. Y'all have to stop being so lazy. And if you talking about now, I'm gonna talk to Black Americans tonight. Black America, a lot of you run around here telling people you built the country, and you getting on Black immigrants, and you getting on every immigrant out there. Okay, cool. Well, you're gonna have to show up like Obama numbers to change this country. I know it's not only just you, but you know that unfortunately things won't change unless we change it. Let's call it what it is. Let's call it what it is. Other groups can never be dependent upon to change nothing in this country. But here's the thing. We got to start running more candidates, and we got to come out to vote like Obama numbers to get more candidates for our agenda. Now, my opinion, traditional Democrats, traditional Republicans don't work. I believe affordable health care conversation, that's gone. That's gone. You cannot trust affordable anything. The only health care that I'm willing to really go for now is universal health care. I've been saying I believe in universal health care. I believe in universal child care. I've always believed in that because this government go spend $40 billion in Argentina, but can't give you health care. You will give billions of dollars to the state of Israel every year, but you can't give nobody universal health care? I'm sorry, universal child care? You got money for weapons, you got money for U.S. aid, you got money for everything, but you can't do nothing for the citizens? Can't give you health care? You gonna give billions of dollars to the state of Israel every year. You got money for weapons, you got money for U.S. aid, you got money for everything, but you can't do nothing for the citizens? You mean tell me you can't raise the minimum wage to $15? Come on now. You can afford it. You find money for whatever the hell you want to find money for. But it goes back to y'all as registered voters are choosing not to sit out. There's times to sit out. Trust me, it is. Then there's times not to. You can't complain about people that should be in visiting angels, okay, or Shady Pines. You can't complain on them when you're just sitting at the crib and not trying to get the people in there, the younger people in there, and trying to show up and vote for them. It don't make sense when you got a city like New York. That's a city of 8 million people. And I think the other ones got whatever they got, but a city of 8 million people, and that's how many votes, that's how many people showed up to vote. I mean, in a lot of world, that's a lot of people, but still, you have to participate. You got to say, hey, we want to change. We don't want these candidates talking about affordable health care because affordable, clearly they screwed that up. So now you got to vote for candidates who want universal health care. How is it our neighbor up north, Canada, they got universal health care? They're not worried about, oh, I got to pay a premium. Prime example. So shout out to Sister Emma. Sister Emma, we was all kind of talking about that. She had an issue she needed to take care of health-wise. She took care of it. She walked in, did what she had to do. She walked out. No bill. She had to worry about her credit getting messed up because she couldn't afford it. She had to worry about thousands of dollars coming out her household because, you know, she got to pay healthcare premium and healthcare insurance. She walks in and do what she got to do. She walk out. Of course, it's not no healthcare system is perfect. Don't get me wrong. They all got the issues, but that's one bill that Emma and Canadians don't have to worry about coming out their back pocket. The brothers and sisters in the UK, they don't have to worry about that. There's many countries that got universal health care. And y'all as citizens let these politicians, which are, 400 some odd members of the House, 100 senators, and a president, try to dictate for 300 some odd million people about your health care? That don't make sense. When the majority of America would say, you want free health care, most of them will say, yeah, I want that because I can't pay for that mess. If this government could sit up here and fund the military every year, then surely they can also fund health care for the people.
Salute, crew. Are you under the influence? If not, you can hop up here. If you're under the influence, don't hop up here, please. But yeah, I'm going over the government shutdown right now. I'm gonna save the SETI stuff for tomorrow.
But once again, hold on. Who's saying that? Who's saying that? Who's saying that? As you say, Europe has very good healthcare plans. Okay. But y'all have to.
Are you trying to get Shorty out of jail, crew? That's what I mean by under the influence. You had asked me to remind you before you got on. Milo has a track with fitness 2 times, and they're doubling down. Ooh, is fitness 2 times a teller? I know he had got into it with somebody down in H-Town. I think he got into it with the Hoovers out there. All right. Hop on real quick. Okay.
Promote that. Y'all have to go for that. Because clearly, you cannot trust a Democrat Party with affordable. You can't, because it's not affordable. When Obama and the Democrats first did that, if they wanted affordable health care, they should have put all the subsidies and whatever. Matter of fact, they could have did universal health care. Forget affordable. They could have did universal health care. The insurance industry in this country robs us blind. Medical insurance robs us blind. Car insurance robs us blind. Home insurance, all these insurance companies rob us blind. We be paying for years on these on those insurance companies, and a lot of times don't even use it. Look at your car insurance. Car insurance is higher now than it's ever been.
Jay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, crew.
Okay. Yeah, man. Car insurance, he's not telling the exact truth. I ain't gonna say
Okay,
he's lying, but I got a car and I pay car insurance. It's like
all right.
$70 a month.
Okay. Who are you with?
Geico. I got the Geico Lizard.
Oh, okay. When I had a car, I was with State Farm.
Like this, the cheapest I can do, and you know, man, I be doing Uber, well, like you know, Uber Eats and DoorDash and all that shit.
Yeah,
So like that's what I pay, and that's the cheapest I can pay.
yeah,
Like as far as I can do, like from Indiana,
right.
south suburbs of Chicago, like that's the cheapest. That's the cheapest I can do.
Okay.
$70-$80 a month.
I'm trying to remember how much mine was.
Now back in the day, like 10, 20 years ago, I used to be able to do like $40 a month.
I paid
You know,
mine
if
like,
if you got the hoopty
yeah,
and all you got to do is pay your own insurance, like you don't have to, you know, you ain't got no bins or nothing.
right,
So you know what I'm saying? So you just pay it like in case you hit somebody else
right.
insurance.
Yeah, just liability.
Right. That shit was only $40, but now liability is like $80.
Yeah, I have full coverage. When I had my car, I was with State Farm, and I used to pay mine up like in 6 month intervals.
Right. Yep. And that shit would be heavy, right?
Yeah, it was like $500.
Yep. All right, I'll let you go ahead, Justy. I'm trying to get my earbuds and everything together and everything, but I'm listening to you. Go
Okay,
ahead.
all right.
At my age, right now, my car insurance should be cheap. I'm married. I'm over 40. I don't have no accidents on my record, a bunch of tickets on my record. Neither do my wife. I don't have no teenagers driving on my plan. I should be saving a lot of money right now. But yet, insurance keep going up and up and up and up and up every year. It's a scam. The insurance companies is a freaking scam. And then the governments are in bed with the insurance companies because they're like, oh, you got to have insurance to drive. Now, I get the liability insurance part. I actually do. But why do it keep going up for? Why? And then if I cancel my plan, I never used it. How come I don't get no money back? I can't even get 50% of my money back. I didn't have an accident, so why can't I get at least 50% of my money back? So I can sit up here and give you money for 20, 30 years, never have an accident, and you just collecting bag off of me. Healthcare the same way. Let's say if you don't use it, and then if you start using it because something happened to you, you know, you got limits and all this other stuff. Like, wait a minute. You ain't been sick in 12 years. But the 13th year, you didn't have some challenges.
But when
Now
you do
you got a
use it,
problem?
you're going to use the hell out of this shit.
All that stuff, the healthcare cartel is a scam. And y'all as American people, I'm talking about Black American, all people who will be listening, because I know a lot of people listen, not just Black people. If you're not pushing universal health care at this point, think about it. If you had universal health care, you wouldn't be worrying about no $2,000 bill coming out your back pocket.
Who
Or
gonna pay
not
for the
having nothing at
doctor?
all.
Who gonna pay for the doctor, though, Phil?
Think about that. Forget a $400 premium. Think about a no premium, zero. Think about the insurance company as being gone.
Think about you went and paid $200,000 to get
Now,
your
some of you
doctor
going to have to
bill,
go to become
and
cash patients.
nobody paying you. Nobody paying you. Stop it, Phil. Stop
And
it.
which is okay. But being a cash patient, you can actually save money sometime. You know, they have a thing called direct primary care. If you ever heard of that before. Let me give you an example. what direct primary care is. Look it up, but I'll give you one doctor just real quick here in Houston that does direct primary care.
So imagine now, Jesse. Now Phil gotta carry you, and he gotta advertise for you on his shit all day. Why? Because you know it's socialism, social Medicare. So
Yeah,
now
that's
Phil got to advertise for you every day, even though you didn't pay him, even though
So
nothing, whatever. Now Phil got to use his platform to pay for you to advertise for you. Do you think Phil's gonna
yeah.
want to do some shit anymore after that?
No.
When they force you to, when you're the great Ben Carson and they force you to do brain surgery on, just random people. Do you think you're
Yeah.
really gonna want to do that?
No.
Do you get me?
Yeah.
Like I like the point that I like being great at what I'm doing. You get me?
Yeah.
Like I help you with your sounds and this, that. I like helping people with shit. But I'm not
Yeah.
finna do that shit for free all day. Not all day.
Right.
Not
Right.
all day.
Right. That's slavery.
You get me? So
Yeah.
then so what is free healthcare?
Slavery.
Right? Because then what you gonna do when the doctors say I'm tired? Oh, get your ass up. Oh no, I'm not finna get my ass up. You get me?
Yeah.
Like hell no, I'm not finna get my ass. I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm tired. God damn it, where's the other doctor? Oh no, he's tired too. You hear me?
Yeah.
Like I ain't finna do all that shit. See, but that's what they're talking about with this socialism, free healthcare and shit like that. I don't agree with that shit.
Yeah. I don't either. It's got to be
You
fair.
know, somebody gotta cut a check somewhere.
Right.
I ain't finna be opening people. I ain't finna be Ben Carson and dissecting twins all day for free.
Right. Right.
so
Not for not
this
for free.
this is a doctor here in the Houston area called lilyprimarycare.com. And so basically she is a direct primary care doctor. She does not accept insurance. And so because they don't accept insurance, you get more time with the doctor and all of that. Okay, so it's kind of let you know meet the doctor and all of that. But here's the point I want to talk about here. So you get a membership with what's called DPC, Direct Primary Care. So if you want unlimited primary care, at least from Doctor Adesola here, it's $150 a month. Okay, so it includes everything they say in weight. If you want outside of weight management, so unlimited primary care visits, with sick visit, wellness exams, direct extended access to your physicians via call and text, baseline lab work included, quarterly embodied body, everything. She get HRT, especially if you're dealing with perimenopause or menopause, so you get that as part of it. The management of chronic conditions like diabetes, high blood pressure, cancer screenings, and discounts on imaging and all of that. So you can actually pay per month $150 for direct primary care per person, right? And there's a lot of doctors. If you look on TikTok, there's a lot of doctors that are really promoting direct primary care, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because the insurance companies don't pay these doctors. All the hospitals, well, really, they supposed to be getting paid, and the insurance companies mess over the hospitals and the doctors. So a lot of times the doctors have to see so many patients just to get paid right, because they don't pay them like what they're supposed to get paid. So some doctors have been going to this direct primary care model. If you need, let's say, prescriptions, say, what about my prescriptions? You can use a thing called Good RX. You could pay at least $9 and you can get discounts on Good RX. I've used that before, Good RX. So I know it works, right? Just trying to give people options just in case you cannot afford no $2,000, no $2,500. Okay? because some people can't afford that. That's a freaking house note. That's expensive for these insurance companies. The Democrats have screwed you over. So now you got to think, okay, what I'm going to do? And as black people, we've always figured it out. We say, okay, man, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. Because I still want you to go to the doctor. I still want you to get checked out. I want you to not avoid anything. What I'm saying is there's always a way. But in the process, you got the midterms coming up. It's going to have to be a movement of people. And I'm talking about definitely you got the Gen Z, you got millennials, and I'm also talking to Gen X too. I'm part of Gen X. Y'all going to have to start pushing universal health care, period. F these Republicans and these Democrats with this affordable crap. The Republicans don't care about nobody because they all in bed with the rich people, and that's cool. The Democrats are in bed with the rich people too, but you're going to have to push universal health care. The government going to have to serve the people. If Canada has it, if the UK and many other European countries has it, then how come the United States cannot have it with I think the GDP, I forgot what the price was. I just saw it. I don't want to misquote. Let me find out what the GDP of the United States is versus Canada. Give me a second. I don't want to misquote the GDP of the countries. Give me a quick second. Let's see. What is the GDP of the USA versus Canada? Okay. All right. Let's see. Give me a second. I want to make sure I quote the right thing. I don't want to give y'all nothing wrong. Okay. All right. So our GDP is 30.5 trillion as of 2025, and Canada's is 2.24 trillion, and yet they have universal health care. So our GDP swallows them completely. And this is why so many countries want into the U.S. market too, because of our GDP. So how come we don't have universal health care? And y'all sit here and let politicians tell you we can't afford it. That is the biggest lie ever, and y'all believe it. And especially some of you silly people who live in a rural area. I'm talking about some of you folks. Y'all silly to repeat that. We can't afford that. Yes, we can. Yes, we can afford whatever we want to afford. If you can afford Trump's new ballroom, you can afford universal health care. If you can afford sending money to Argentina, you can afford universal health care. Oh, yeah, we can afford it. We sure can. Look, I will say this. Okay, raise up the minimum wage to $15 an hour in the SNAP program. I'll say that too. Want to save money to get more money into universal health care? In the SNAP program, yeah, if you raise up the minimum wage to $15, then there's no need for a SNAP program, right? You can actually afford to feed yourself at $15 an hour and up. I mean, because I don't think SNAP should be forever, but I think universal health care should be. I think universal child care. Think about it. If you have a child and this country wants y'all to have babies, these Republicans want you to have babies, right? I saw somebody put up a sign that say Republicans are pro-birth, but they're not pro-life, because pro-life means universal health care, universal child care, taking care of these children, right? Think about it. If you didn't have to worry about child care costing you freaking $2,000, their parents are paying $1,000, $2,000 a month for freaking child care. So if you didn't have to worry about child care at all, the government paid for that. You can go to work, no problem. Hey, that way people can start businesses. They know they're gonna get paid because the government paying me. I'm cool. I can have my daycare center and all of that, right? These churches, it should be a requirement for them to have a daycare center, child care center. If you want to say 501c3, you should not be able to have as a church a 501c3 and you don't have a child care center. What are you doing? You have to do something in the community. Why are you tax free? See, I couldn't be up there because I'd be like, no, I'm about to cut all y'all off this tax free. What are you doing in your local community? Why should you be tax free? What are you giving back? Because you're collecting, excuse me, you're collecting from the people, but you're not giving back to the people. Trisha says $15 an hour can barely feed one person. What Trisha, what are you eating? $15 an hour is minimum wage. Look, Trisha, let me say something, Trisha, to you. The issue, Trisha, and a lot of y'all, is that see, a lot of y'all don't believe in what the Lord say do. And see what the Lord says is he created man, and he realized that, and he says that it's not good for man to be alone, so he created woman to be his helpmeet. Your problem, Trisha, is this. The way things are going, being single is not going to work. See, a lot of y'all thought grandma and grandpa didn't know no better. Trisha, if you had two people in the household making $15 an hour, it's $30 an hour. You can do a lot more with $30 an hour in the house than 15. That's the problem. That's the problem right there. And who want to stay at $15 an hour anyway? Should you be striving to go to 20, 25, 30? I mean, we shouldn't be want to stay at $15 an hour, right? But I think $15 an hour is a good benchmark because we can't be at $7.25. That's not going to work. No, the fact is, y'all going to have to get with each other, get married again, and build families again. Because all this being single y'all doing, it's not working. You having to move back into your mama house. I seen a 34-year-old woman on TikTok today talking about she had to move in with some roommates because she can't make it. But I said, if she had a husband, and her and that man worked together, I guarantee you she wouldn't be staying in no roommates. She'd be in her house with her husband. You may not like what I'm saying, but it's the truth. Two working together is way better than one. And let me tell y'all something about these other groups, black folk. The reason why some of these other groups are passing, some of us, not all, is because these other groups come in family units. Or they believe in marriage. And the only reason I know this, because I see them. I see them constantly and how they move, especially in the area of marriage. All this being single stuff, just I ain't trying to get married. I ain't done. Okay, well, don't complain when you're struggling. You need to work together. Black folks from the plantation, at least all the way up to the 1970s, 80s, always work together, always married, and all, understand? And now you're brand new. You think you know better. I ain't trying to be married. I'm trying to do this. I'm trying to do that. Okay. Well, how's that working out for you? Statistically speaking, it's not working out. I go by statistics. I don't care about nobody's feelings. I'm talking about what the statistics say about our children, about the men, and about the women. Everybody's so quick to go file for a divorce. So we're talking about statistics. Women are more quicker to file for divorce than men. If a woman's college educated, she'll file for divorce 90%. Men do not file for divorce like that. We talking about just reality. It's going to get harder and harder and harder. You're going to realize, some are realizing, that you're going to have to work with each other. Period. And you don't have to work with each other. You don't have to. But those who are working together with a man and a woman and a family, they're going to be okay. Prime example, the government employees right now. Let's say one government employee is working and the other spouse is working. They're not getting paid. Okay. One not getting paid, but the other spouse is working and they got some money coming in. Versus if that government employee is by themselves, don't have nobody at all, they have no money coming in. Period. Nothing. That's why you want to have a man and a woman together. Right there. Now, both of them work for the government. Well, okay, you know. But a lot of times that's usually not how it is. Like Eric said, it's just the best way as Father God said. That's right. You know. Well, Rhonda, listen, nobody's talking about abuse, infidelity, the drug use. Listen, nobody's talking about that. There are legitimate things where it makes sense. But people do this for, I'm bored. I'm not happy. People have all these different things they say, right? And when you take vows, it's say for better or worse. That means you're going to have some worse times. Oh, they coming. And then you're going to have some better times. You think grandma and grandpa always were happy about everything? No. There are times that grandpa wasn't happy, and there's times grandma wasn't happy. But then, you talk to them, if you had a chance to talk to them, and they figure it out. That's life. We all got to figure it out, but we got to work together. All this being single and being outside stuff and, what, don't they get old? How much going out you gonna do? Like, you don't want to be, who said this other day? I think Lil Yachty said this other day. And he a young man that realized something. He was talking to another young man. And he said, yeah, you get to a point where the girls are around you, you start realizing are they there for you or for the money. He said, but then you start realizing them kind of girls there for the money. He said, you're not really building no memories with nobody. And he, young men like that trying to realize that. Yeah, because just randoms, that don't mean anything. It don't mean nothing.
If you subscribe.
Miss Fletcher says it's too much cheating out here. Miss Fletcher, not every woman cheats and not every man cheats. Okay. You have to learn how to pick people based on their morality. When people, let me tell you something, the cheating, that's just a lying spirit. That's a lying spirit. If a person lies for one thing, they're lying for something else. That's just the heart of it. It's a lying spirit. It's a character flaw. And if you can't pick, and that's why you're supposed to pray and say, God, help me see through this person. Are they a good person? Are they moral? A person that has morals or whatever, they don't want to do that. So no, not everybody out here is cheating. That's not true. And you say, how is the Amish paying for their health insurance? I don't know. I don't study the Amish like that. But the Amish is doing okay. But the Amish work together. And there's black people that do work together. I'm not saying that we all don't work together, but I'm just saying that all this, I just want to, be single type of stuff, it's just not going to work with this economy. And maybe, just maybe, because some of y'all have said for a long time, well, as black people, we need to get together and we need to build our community. Well, have you ever thought that maybe God is allowing this to happen just so that you can build your community? Have you ever thought that God may be allowing the suffering and the pain for you to say, you know what? Yeah, all this being separate not going to work. Let's build our community again. You never know. Sometimes God is answering your prayer. But sometimes, let me tell you about black folk. You do better under struggle. I know you. You do better under pressure. When you're given too much leeway and too much ease, that's when you start going all off the deep end, and you're here, you're there, you're doing this, you're doing that. But when that pressure come on you, you usually get straight. At least from my observation. Raina, who wants to have a roommate when they 30, 35? I'm sorry, I would want to do that. No. Who wants to do that? Sorry, who wants to do that? Now, of course, nobody can make you do what you don't want to do. Of course, live your life, okay? Live it. But reality speaking, the way God intended, he intended man and woman to be together. He didn't, if God in his wisdom thought being single was okay, woman would have never been created. Think about that. If God himself said it's not good for man not to be alone, then why in the world would he look at a woman and come on now? Think about that. If it's not good for a man to be alone, how is it better for you as a woman? Well, some women say they don't need men. Yeah, you do. Because if men drop the ball and take away all the entitlement programs that's in America and leave you to your own vices, then you're going to be vulnerable. Women are extremely vulnerable in every society if men just drop the ball at maintaining a society. It's just the truth. If there's no law enforcement and criminals are allowed to just run supreme, right? Women are going to be the first one that's vulnerable to criminals. If the politicians don't enforce laws, women are going to be more vulnerable than any other group. Let's call it, we talking about reality. And if God said that man don't supposed to be alone, supposed to have his own woman, and if man's job is to protect, every woman should have her own man that protects her. Now, you don't have to believe what I say. I'm just talking about what the intention was. Now, you can do whatever you want. I'm not telling you what to do. But you can't escape how God set it up. I don't care what you say. You can't escape it. You don't have to do it, like I say, your life, do what you want to do, live how you want to live. I'm just telling you the way I see it going. You're never gonna be able to live. You might leave your mama house if that's the case. Well, it's the thing. Well, man, mama, you think mama don't want her house back? Or some of you moving back to mama house, you think like mama was like, well, man, like you back? You know what I'm saying? Of course, mama and daddy may not be mad at you, but like that's one thing. I grew up in a generation you didn't want to be in your mama house. You did not want to be in your mama house for nothing. I never want to be underneath nobody else's roof but my own.
He's just talking now. All right, Uncle Phil, thank you for that update. I'm going to move on to the next topic. And that is the MAGites are begging Trump for help since this government shutdown. So shout out to Lisa Cabrera for getting this video. MAGA supporters beg Trump for help as economic pain and layoffs deepen nationwide.
You all here. Hope you're doing well. Well, look like they're opening the government back up, y'all. But the Democrats are dumb as usual. Now, wasn't the whole premise of shutting the government down was over the health care? So they're going to negotiate without putting health care on the table, which means everybody's premiums are going to go up now. You think the Republicans are going to go back to the table after they got them to open up the...
If you love your mama's house, then yeah, that's a good thing. I myself will not live with my mom ever again in life. Probably until she's like too old to work. But outside of that, no. I'm not living with my mom. I like having my own stuff. I like living in my own dwelling, coming and going as I please, all of that. But in this kind of economy, it does kind of help to live with you back home, especially with the cost of everything. I personally, I would prefer not to live with my mother. But that's just me. All right, so I want to get on these MAGA supporters that are begging Trump for help as economic pain and layoffs deepen nationwide.
Government, of course not. They're going to raise everybody's premiums up in here. And as far as, yeah, everybody's chattering about the $2,000 Donald Trump. I got to see that to believe it, y'all. That's all I'm saying. I mean, if it happens, wonderful that everybody got $2,000. But I got to see it to believe it. You know, I'm sorry. I just can't take this stuff at Donald Trump's word, because there's been too many occasions where he does not keep his word. He's not a man of his word. So anyway, we're going to talk about these Trump supporters that are feeling the pain, and some of them want Donald Trump's help. And we know Donald Trump don't care about these folks. He don't care about them at all. He got their vote. He was able to make it into office. That's all he cares about. As far as catering to them, he ain't thinking about these people like that. And that's what they don't get. They don't get Donald Trump. At the end of the day, he gonna do whatever the hell he wants. He doesn't care about these folks. So let's get into it, y'all. Let me share my screen. So we can get started. Give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Well, according to Donald Trump, this is supposedly the trillions of dollars that came from the tariffs, which I don't believe. I don't believe none of Donald Trump's tariffs brought in trillions of dollars. I absolutely don't believe that. And if it did bring in trillions of dollars, then you need to break off our reparations. Then you got enough to pay reparations if you got that kind of money from your tariffs. If that's the case, the government can pay our reparations. Donald Trump can do one tariff, and that should pay for our reparations, since it brings in trillions of dollars. Man, get out of here. All right. Thank you, everybody.
Lloyd, what's the message?
Jesus died on that cross so we could live, and this is not living.
Amen. I respect that.
I need to say I really did. Now my SNAP's gone, my Medicaid's gone. They cut off my heat and help last week. I don't know how I'm supposed to buy groceries next month to keep the lights on. I ain't got no...
The fact that your situation, your life, has not gotten better. They do it so you won't notice that at the same time that they're helping the wealthiest, most powerful people in the country consolidate more wealth and more power, your bills are still going up.
Sex!
needed, right? People in the world are really struggling right now within America, especially when you talk about federal workers not getting paid, food stamp cuts, Section 8 evictions. All these different things are happening right now. You got repos hitting that all-time high as we speak. The cost of living is going all-time high. Is this a troll video? Like, is this a rage bait video? Because y'all know I've seen so many videos of MAGA rage baiting, you know, wearing the hats and saying crazy things and, you know, wearing it out in public and, you know, taunting people and all it. Like, oh my God. I even went back to go back and reread Project 2025. Y'all know when they came out with that during the entire campaign when he was at the rallies and all these different things. And, you know, they denied the whole Project 2025. But so many things within this entire document, Project 2025, are actually coming to life. Even Trump on his campaigns, he talked about cutting wasteful spending, hence why they started the Doge Foundation, right? He talked about, you know, so many illegal immigrants and migrants on these programs. You know, I'm gonna just let the rest of this video speak, and I'm gonna just let it speak for itself.
So you need to help them. Go in the hospital. There's elderly people who don't know how to use a smartphone or nothing, and their bills are not getting paid. They need your help to make sure that happens, because they're not set up like some of us today. We use the phone, we pay our bills automatically through the bank, and a lot of people, they use cash. So when they're old and they get in the hospital, they can't go pay their bills. So please reach out to people and help people during this time, and that we should do what God would have us do, and that's to bless each other, help each other, regardless of what the political party is. It's sad that they use politics to shut the government down, and they really only need, I think, around 8 Democrats to come across the aisle so we can at least pass the budget, make sure everybody's good to go. But they should never be able to shut down the government for political reasons.
Here we go, and I knew we were gonna get there, guys. I knew we were going to get there eventually. I knew it was going to get there. Like, yeah, and once again, same Kool-Aid that Trump sips on, you know, is blame the Democrats and blame everybody else, and say it's everybody else's fault. But guys, this is literally why we are here right now. This is literally why we're in this position in the first place. And, you know, they come out and say, oh, we're trying to not let illegal immigrants take up all the programs, and these are our tax dollars. This is our money that they're using, and all these different things. This is hilarious. This is probably the most ironic video that I probably ever watched in my entire life. I am not by all means whatsoever trying to, you know, create any kind of negative hate towards him or whatever the case is, because I mean, he's truly trying to do, it sounds like he's trying to do the right.
SNAP benefits, as everybody knows, have basically run dry this week with the ongoing government shutdown and the Trump administration's refusal to tap into the USDA's contingency fund, even though they've been ordered by 2 courts to do so, to fund the benefits. Trump says he's not going to do it. Caroline Leavitt says, no, he's totally doing it. So who knows what's happening? Well, the answer is, of course, the people receiving SNAP. They know that Trump could have done this before the benefits even came close to running out on November 1st. He intentionally did not. And yes, they are taking that out on him, including his former MAGA supporters. This week, a 63-year-old retiree who recently retired to take care of her 26-year-old daughter, who not only has type 1 diabetes, but was also diagnosed with mental health issues that prevent her from being able to work. So she is on disability. The family is on SNAP benefits, which they have to buy her the proper food to be able to keep her blood sugar levels correct because of her diabetes. And she lost her benefits this week. And she was an ardent Donald Trump supporter up until that moment. She appeared on both NBC and CNN this week. And this is what this former Trump supporter said after losing her SNAP benefits. It all seems very selfish. Now he's busy out of the country and demolishing the White House. I believe the Trump administration, instead of focusing on presidential ballrooms, should be paying attention to individual Americans' dining rooms. She says that she desperately regrets her vote for Donald Trump. So this is not to mock this individual in any sense of the word. In fact, I'm doing this to praise her, because this sometimes is what it takes. I do not wish this hardship on her at all. She has my utmost sympathy, empathy, all of it. She should not be going through this. Her family should not be going through this. But they are, because of the person she voted for. And she knows that. And she regrets it. And she will not make that mistake again. See, that's the difference. I know I talk about these stories all the time. Like, these MAGA voters are mad at Trump, but they still support
Kings to please, King, fund our SNAP. But according to government lawyers, regardless of what these lower level judges ordered the Trump administration to do, they can't. But President Trump has said that if he is given the appropriate legal direction, he would be more than happy to fund SNAP, just as he did with the military, just as he did with law enforcement. Democrats still have an opportunity to do the right thing here. They just don't want to do the right thing because Americans are not their number one priority. Nuclear option, yes, it is an option. However, you don't necessarily want to open that door because Democrats can use that against Republicans in the future. And you know that they are just itching for something like that. This government shutdown is currently the second longest government shutdown in history. The first is 35 days. So we're not quite there yet. We're sitting at 32 days, but we are getting awfully close to that. As President Trump said here in his tweet, start blowing up Chuck Schumer's office. Here's his phone number. He provided it for you. Tell the Democrats to get off their asses, to do their job, and pass a clean CR. That's all they have to do.
Trump supporters, as you know, me and my wife have fell on really tough financial times. I'm asking for your assistance. I'm asking for you guys to please help me push this content to the monetization. I'm documenting our journey from homelessness to maybe something better. Guys, I can't do it without your help. I can't do enough as one single man to help my family like I need to help them. Me and my wife both have jobs. We need your prayers. We need you guys just to watch this video, share it, repost it, the whole nine. Please go through the tree, do the buttons, work the buttons for us. If I could get you guys to do that, I think there'll be some help on the horizon. And I know everybody's going through tough times. So get in the comments. Tell me what you're going through. Tell me if there's any way me and my family can help yours. If there's any way that this community can help each other. Thank you, guys. God bless you.
All right, I'm back. I voted for Trump. It's me. I'm just gonna say on the SNAP stuff, like, Trump is literally willing to starve children to get his agenda across, like American children. I don't really understand all of it, and I know some people take advantage of it, but like, these are kids that we're talking about at this point, like millions of kids, and he's willing to starve kids, even though there's money, there's years of money for SNAP benefits in case stuff goes sideways, and he's now taking that away and willing to starve American kids to get his agenda across. I just don't get it. And he's okay with, sending 40 billion or whatever, 20 billion to Argentina and do all. I just don't know. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, how are you okay with saying, hey, Americans that voted for me, your kids are gonna starve? What kind of American says that? Like, what kind of human says that? Like, maybe take soda off and take bad food off, but like, some kids have to eat. Children. United States kids. Like, what the hell is going on? I am so upset right now, and I'm so upset that I voted for him, and I'm so upset that he's making me look like a fool to my family. And this is so un-American, and like, disagree all you want. Do not starve children.
Trump supporters, will y'all hear me out? Will you watch this video in the entirety? Just do me that favor. If you could, please repost it, share it around, like it, go to the hole. This is what's going on. Me and my wife are currently having to stay in a hotel. We're homeless, but we are not enabled. My wife hurt herself, yes. I'm still working currently and continue to work, going to work. We need help. We need help with people watching this video, man. We're trying to get to the monetization of this. It's better than asking for handouts, but that's about how bad it is, guys. I'm asking for 1 minute of your time. And if you could please watch this, send prayers, get in the comments, talk to us, man. We're here. We want to engage with you. So just speak. We'll speak back. And if not, comment again. Get my attention. I am here. And guys, as always, thank you.
If they cut our Medicaid, we would lose every hospital in our rural area, and then none of us would have health care. Not just the people on Medicaid, the people who have private insurance and Medicare. I'm a pharmacist. We took an oath to take care of people. We didn't say, no, only the rich ones.
In states that don't have right-to-work laws, the average pay is over $8,000 higher. The main thing that would help coal miners is to pass that PRO Act and repeal the right-to-work where they could have a union, and that would solve all their problems.
So you were telling me that people are unaware, they're unaware that the whole reason why hospitals are not allowed to turn you away in an emergency situation, regardless of your ability to pay, is because of the Emergency Medical Treatment and Labor Act, which states that hospitals who receive Medicare funding are not allowed to turn you away. And they are proposing to cut back on Medicare and Medicaid. Talk to a caseworker. There are no ineligible people who are receiving it. The only people who are receiving it are eligible because there is a vetting process. All these people that they say are illegally getting it, it's not happening. The point is to start the process to get rid of it entirely. And if we get rid of the only guaranteed payment for medical care in this country, and we leave it all to our pockets with no support, guess what's going to happen to you? You are going to lose out on care because hospitals are going to close who depend on that funding. We don't have enough money to pay the bills that they decided were fair. Which, I'm sorry, I just had a life-saving surgery and I owe $3,000. If I don't pay $55 fucking dollars that I don't have to my primary care physician, they can decide to no longer treat me, and they will. And I've got to start all over again somewhere else. You all think that you're safe because, it's been that way because we fought to get it that way, and they're reversing it. You all have been so fucking pampered that you don't understand what we had to fight for to get you. Oh, but everyone dies. Bitch, apparently not fucking politicians.
It's kind of crazy watching all these MAGA supporters right now because the same people who were cheering the rallies, waving their flags and saying Trump 2024, save America, are now the same ones crying online because the Medicaid and Medicare got caught. Like, people literally want them. Folks were out there saying, hey, if Trump gets back in, you all better watch your healthcare. But they didn't want to hear it. They called it fake news, said it was all liberalized. Now look, they out here, mad and saying they can't afford their prescriptions or doctor's visits anymore. You know what's funny? These are the same people who used to post stuff like, I don't want my tax dollars paying for lazy people's health care. But now that the courts hit them, suddenly it isn't fair. And they go.
Hey, Trump supporters, let me ask you something. How many non-white people do you see in this line? Because from where I'm sitting, it looks to be about 90% white. Didn't a good chunk of your argument supporting SNAP being shut down revolve around illegals getting SNAP benefits? Are you learning yet that undocumented immigrants don't qualify for government benefits? Are you learning yet? What about all of those people who were allegedly taking advantage of SNAP? Do you really think they're getting in a hundreds deep line at a food bank if they don't absolutely have to? Are you learning yet?
The jokes really do write themselves, because 3 days ago, did I not just say this in my video? Many Americans who voted for the talking orange believe that rules for thee and not for me is how things are going to play out, and it's just not. There are many Americans who are waking up to find out that their lives are going to be impacted by this. Many of them are effing around and finding out the hard way. And now look at the Republicans, effing around and finding out.
I'm Hispanic and I vote for Mr. Trump. We vote for Mr. Trump. Yes, Mr. Trump. We love you. We love you. On the way to the White House.
Beyond betrayed. They used us. They actually, during the campaign, and I don't want to make this political, but during the campaign, the elected officials from the Republican Party, they actually told us that he was not going to touch the documented people.
So I admit, I regret my vote for Donald Trump. I regret it because I needed these changes sooner. I needed the prices to go down sooner so that I didn't drain out my bank accounts and go into crippling credit card debt.
All right, you shady motherfucker, listen up and listen good. I voted for you because of your no tax on overtime bill, amongst other things. But here's the deal. I just read your great big beautiful bill, and it's bullshit.
As easy as it would be for me to say that I wasn't thinking when I voted or that I don't watch the news, I had to ask myself the same question that hundreds of you are asking me, is why did I vote the way I did? I've spent the last few days reflecting, and I feel like I came through some sort of revelation.
You know why we voted for Donald Trump? Because the middle class man finally thought he was going to get ahead in life. You said no taxes on overtime. Big, bold, beautiful letters. We thought, hell yeah, why would we not vote for that? Then you turn around and pass the bill, and it's a crock of shit. It's a tax credit for the people that make a certain amount of money. Of course, when you put it in big, bold, beautiful letters, it looks great. We're going to vote for you. And you knew what you were doing. You were baiting people in saying, no taxes on overtime. You didn't give no fucking details. Your details that we read.
All I can say, I was a dumbass, voted for Trump only because of my beliefs. People around me encouraged it. I can think for myself, yes. But I felt at the time that was the better choice. Now I'm looking at it with everything going on. It was the worst decision I ever made. I wanted not to vote.
I was a MAGA junkie.
A MAGA junkie who thought her government job would be safe with Donald Trump in office. She was wrong.
I cried. It's scary, it's a really scary thing, and I was embarrassed. He's a good boy.
Piggott was abruptly fired last month from the Treasury Department's Bureau of Fiscal Service, based here in Parkersburg, West Virginia. The reason given for the firings of 125 probationary employees at the Bureau? Poor performance.
If you could say anything to President Trump now, what would you say? I expected better from you. I really did. I expected that you would do what was right and cut waste and fraud and all of the things that you promised us before we elected you in office, but you're not doing that. You're creating a disaster, and I don't know what America's going to look like if this continues.
I know you told me you voted for President Trump. What were you hoping that he would do?
I was hoping he would did something that made sense regarding the economy, made some kind of progress in bettering, the benefits of being a veteran. But I mean, it just seemed like he actually cared about doing what was best for the country. But now it just feels like all about me, Donald Trump, not, the guy out there working in the trenches trying to make ends meet, trying to pay a mortgage, trying to pay the bills. It goes against everything I expected when, I voted for him.
I just need someone to explain something to me. I live in Alabama, and my utility bill usually averages between $200 to $250 a month. Can someone please explain to me how my utility bill went from $250 a month to $696 this month? Could someone just please explain that to me? I know it was cold last month, but $696? Explain.
Recibimos todos los requisitos, actividad de tratos. Se terminó el caso, se cerró el mes, lo detuvieron en el aeropuerto de Ley, lo mandaron a un castillo en North Carolina por 3 días y luego lo movieron aquí a donde estamos ahora. Le dijo que iba a ir por todos los delincuentes, que entraron ilegal. Y ahí lo dijo muy claro. Lo dijo bien claro. Lo pasamos de tener una puerta abierta completamente a cerrarla con 10 cerrojos. Es un engaño masivo lo que hizo. Es un mentiroso y está mucha gente enojada. No son inmigrantes. Gente que vive aquí desde generaciones y generaciones. Están en este país.
You all asked, and here it goes. Here's my pad. It's right here. It hasn't gone anywhere, and it doesn't change anything. Regardless, I am still going to enjoy my summer.
I'm just trying to trust the universe, trust God, trust myself.
Well, I'm trying not to laugh. This is her now.
It's been happening frequently at the 333 Miami Avenue Federal Court building. Janet Correa's husband was detained this week. According to her immigration lawyer, he has already been placed on expedite removal.
I wasn't just a Trump supporter. I was a true believer. I was one of his closest advisors. I spent Easter, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's all at Mar-a-Lago. I saw him when the cameras were off. Behind closed doors, Trump mocks his supporters. He calls them basement dwellers. On a hospital visit one time when people were dying in the ICU, he was mad that the cameras were not watching him.
How come everybody I know that went to college is a Biden supporter?
Yeah.
And I don't understand how everybody is a Biden supporter who just went to college. So what are they teaching in this college? Are they teaching anything?
Stuff like inclusivity and respecting other people, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, woke.
Yeah, wokeness, yeah.
Now, I've never been as worried as I am now about whether or not my kids and grandkids will be able to carry on.
He said, I love him, Mr. Trump. I need to see the fruit of your love.
5 of my customers have committed. That's how serious that this is.
And what it costs for us to farm is astronomical now.
I farm with paid-for equipment. All my tractors are 50 years old. And I can't hardly make this deal work. I think the tariffs are the ice cream on the cake of a perfect storm.
After a horrible year last year where most farmers in Arkansas Delta lost money, this year's going to be worse.
So my son will not be the seventh generation on my farm.
We're going to lose 25 or 30% of the farmers in this country if they don't do something. It has to be done, and it's not just here. It's everywhere.
Trump supporter has to beg on Fox News for Trump to, please do something. That's definitely not what MAGA thought 2025 would look like, right? A registered Republican woman sent this question to Brett.
She is a registered Republican all her life. She voted for you 3 different times, but she is not happy about how her prices have not come down that she sees. And she said this, quote, I want the Republicans to keep control of Congress in 2026, but something has to be done fast. I don't see the best economy right now. Wall Street numbers do not reflect my Main Street money. Please do something, President Trump. So I guess what do you say?
Be my salute, Cuzzo. Jay Militant's in the building. I sent you the link, cuz if you want to hop up, I sent it to your email. But yeah, this shit is hilarious. These damn MAGA crackers is sitting up here crying, talking about, why did Trump do this to us? We try to warn you, dummies, but you still voted for that fool anyway. So now, don't get voter remorse.
To Regina and people like her.
Well, I do say this, beef we have to get down. I think of groceries, it's an old-fashioned word, but it's a beautiful word. Beef we have to get down, but we've got prices way down. And think of this, energy. She drives a car, probably, and her energy prices are way down. And energy is so all-encompassing. It's so big that when energy goes down, everything comes down.
I want the Republicans to keep control of Congress in 2026, but something has to be done fast. I don't see the best economy now. Wall Street numbers do not reflect Main Street money. Please do something, President Trump. And how did Trump respond? He said, quote, beef is a little high, but besides that, prices are down. Then Brett Baier pressed him, and Trump doubled down. Yes, prices are down. So, what world is he living in?
Because out here, families are working 2 jobs to pay rent, grocery bills are through the roof, and credit cards are maxed out just to survive. It's like he's living in a Twilight Zone episode where only the billionaires exist and Main Street doesn't matter. And honestly, that's the real problem. The GOP listens to the rich, the donors, and the hedge fund class.
Sorry, y'all, I didn't eat, so I'm eating now. All right, cuz that's what's up. Where did you move to? Did you move back to Fairfield by chance?
But people like you and me, they only remember us every 2 years when they need our votes. After that, we just vanish. Before we move on, I'd like to ask you a small favor. If you appreciate this content, please take a second to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Most of you watch without subscribing, and your support is what keeps this work independent and fearless. So, did you hit subscribe? Good. Thank you so much. Now, back to the video. So, when a loyal Trump supporter writes, "Please do something," that's not criticism, that's desperation, because they believed him when he said he'd fight for Main Street. But Main Street is still empty, and Wall Street's never been richer. And if the GOP doesn't wake up soon, they're going to lose the very people who built their movement in the first place.
Okay. I got you, cuz.
All right, y'all. So, hey, let some of these people that voted for Donald Trump feel the same squeeze everybody else is feeling. And no, I don't feel bad about their farms. I don't feel bad that, many of them are feeling the same aches and pains that the rest of us are feeling. That's what you get. You wanted Donald Trump in, you got him, so deal with it. Now we got to watch y'all crash out on videos and break down and crying and, oh, my life is not, I didn't think it was going to be like this. Well, you didn't get first term Donald Trump. You got something totally different. And you can tell this man was prepared for it, because as soon as he got in office, he turned up on everybody and then brought Elon in and all that mess went down. He was prepared to flip on all of us. And if you think, my thing is I'm bracing for is the health care, because he's about to get us all on health care costs. It's going to go up on everybody in this country. And the Democrats did not hold out for what they claimed they wanted. But I never expect anything good from the Democratic Party anyway. So it's no big disappointment, because when do you expect anything decent from them? Never. So I can only see things after the shutdown getting worse. I do not see it getting better. But then again, Donald Trump, if you sincere about that $2,000, just let me know where to go to, just like we did during the lockdown. We went on the IRS site and we got, some money. Well, let's see if you are sincere about every American getting this. We shall see. So, y'all, I might do one more thing on the government opening back up, but that might be like a little later on, like about 8 or 9. So I hope to see you then. Shalom, family.
All right, thank you, Lisa. Yeah, because they ignored a lot of shit. And now they got voter remorse. And I'm just laughing because it's like, we try to warn y'all mugs. But y'all still went ahead and voted for him anyway. Especially them crackers. This was like, I really have no pity for them. y'all was sitting up here talking about make America great. Trump gonna do this and Trump gonna do that, and oh, it's gonna be a better America under Trump and all this nonsense. Yeah, now y'all get to see what the rest of us has been feeling for the longest, no matter who the goddamn president was. We don't have no pity for you. So moving along, I'm kind of getting pressed for time now. Trump warns states who fund SNAP, they will lose all federal dollars. Ain't that a bitch? So if your state issued out EBT cards or EBT funds, then he's talking about they need to return the money. Yeah, right, Trump. It's not happening. So I think Lisa's gonna give us an update on that as well. Let's see. What is that? What is it? Super cute.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. Listen, this thing is getting deep with SNAP. Now, first, two federal judges told Donald Trump to release the contingency.
In real life, cuz, like, you have to get down with this fool or what? Ugh. Fucking slobs. Oh my God. Goddamn slobs. Always trying to fuck with a loop. Was he a Trump supporter too? Question mark.
Funds so that people would have, SNAP benefits. He refused. He defied a court order. Well, it gets even worse. Some states decided to fund EBT for the people that live. Some governors made the decision to fund EBT for the people within their state. Donald Trump threatened those states and told them to retrieve all that money back that they put on SNAP EBT cards in their states. And if they refuse to do it, he's going to cut these states off from federal funding. So in other words, the states are not allowed to fund EBT. So all the money, because I think some states got.
Interesting. So was cassette tripping or what? Right.
Funding to their people. Well, Donald Trump said they got to get all that money back. All of it. So, and I'm sure some of the people already went shopping and spent that money, which means now you owe a debt to the state if you went out shopping with that money that was placed on your EBT card from your state. So Donald Trump said they got to get all that money back. All of it. And let me tell you something. This just goes to show you he don't want anybody fed up in here that's on EBT. So he's telling them get all that money back or he's going to cut their state off from all federal funding. It is absolutely crazy what is going on up in here, for real. You know, I feel for the people that ran out immediately, which I wouldn't have blamed them. I mean, if you don't have no food, quite naturally, you see money on your card, you're going to run out and use that money to try to get, you know, groceries into your home. Well, that might be a problem if you did that. So I don't know how these states are going to do this, but he said they got to get all that money back. So let's get into it, y'all. I'm going to share my screen so that we can get into this video. A shalom to everybody in the chat. Shalom to you. Yeah, it's evil. Okay, y'all, please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Give me a 1.
Oh, okay, got you, cuz. We'll talk more about it offline.
If you can see my screen. Well, yeah, see, he's going to the 2K because of the bad political loss they took a few days ago. And it's a precursor of what's going to happen during the midterms in 2026. So Donald Trump got to come up with some reason to get in everybody's good graces. That's the only reason why that 2K money is coming up. But my question is, what happened to the Doge money? Remember, everybody was going to get $5,000. Oh, everybody going to get, for all the money Elon was finding, we were going to get 5,000. Remember, y'all? What happened to that money? Did anybody see that money? So now it's the $2,000 from his tariffs. These billions that are coming in from his tariffs. I know that's a damn lot. This man ain't getting no billions from them damn tariffs he wrote. I know darn well that's a lie. Shoot. So if we didn't see the $5,000 from the Doge money that they claim everybody was going to get, we going to get the $2,000 though, right? I have to see it to believe it. That's all I got to say. I have to see it to believe it. All right, y'all. Let's get started.
Interesting. So now we wake up to another blow to SNAP benefits. Okay, all the conversation all weekend long about the Supreme Court's decision to side with Trump. Yeah, the Supreme Court is playing chess, not checkers, right? Okay, so now Trump is taking it upon himself to even stop half of the benefits. Yeah, but, you know, the Supreme Court is playing checkers, not chess. And people are starving. You better believe the states, they have GOP governors, they're not even going to send out half. And people are going to starve. Yeah. The food lines is from here to Mexico. Okay? They stopped Trump, stopped funding the food pantries. Okay? But the Supreme Court was correct in ruling that, right? This is what everybody's saying, that the Supreme Court is correct in the ruling. Now Trump done came out being the king, saying not even half to go out. You can't give a bully an inch. Trump is a bully. You cannot give a bully an inch. Now, not even half of the benefits. But yeah, okay. Yeah, right.
So if you receive SNAP, EBT, whatever you want to call it, go spend it. So Trump is asking all state governors to undo the SNAP. So that means take it away. Some governors are saying no, but some governors probably will be scared and they will undo it. So don't wait till tomorrow. Run and go do your food shopping. All right, bye.
I'm about to go get me something to eat at this steakhouse because I'm starving like Marvin. But breaking news is the government, Trump's administration is asking, no, they're not asking, they're telling states to stop paying out the SNAP benefits or else. Basically sending threats. My question is this. Why is this man fighting so hard not to release these funds to these people? I want a Republican. I want a Trump supporter to tell me why is he fighting so hard not to release these funds to these people. What possible reason that y'all can come up with to justify this behavior in this administration, not to release these funds? That's contingency funds are placed aside for emergencies like this. The government is shut down. Those funds need to be released, regardless of what's going on in Congress. Why? Tell me that. Is some corruption going on? He didn't allocate them funds somewhere else. He didn't took that money himself. He's spending that money on that stupid ass ballroom. Something is going on. Something ain't clean in the buttermilk. Flat like that.
Y'all want to hear some more fucked up news? Trump is now telling states to stop fully funding SNAP benefits for their citizens. Yes, you heard me right. He got on a phone call and he said, hey, stop that shit. I told him they only getting 50% and that's what the fuck I meant. You mean to tell me you that fucking mad at people getting full funded SNAP benefits that you are now threatening states with financial penalties? This man does not like us. And no, I'm not receiving SNAP benefits, but I used to. And you mean to tell me states that are actually pulling through and helping their citizens, you are mad at them for that? Essentially telling families they don't deserve to eat this month. Children can go hungry and you don't give a shit. People on disability who cannot work will go hungry. People who work 2 or 3 jobs and still cannot put food on their table cannot eat. College students who are already struggling with the fucking financial strain that you put on them with that big, beautiful bill, allowing student loans not to come out, and now they can't eat either. We are officially a third world country. I don't see it any other way. I've never seen a president penalize people for wanting to help people. And for actual fucking states to do what they're supposed to do, which is provide for their citizens. What the fuck is next? You gonna sue these states providing full SNAP benefits to their citizens? I'm sorry, let me not put that shit in the air.
The Trump administration warned states that they must not pay full SNAP benefits. Hey y'all, it's Kirk, and this is a follow-up to a video I just did about the stay that happened at the U.S. Supreme Court on Friday, November 7th. Well, I'm looking at a memorandum from the U.S. Department of Agriculture dated November 8th, 2025, and it references in the second paragraph that decision by the U.S. Supreme Court to enter the stay of the district judge's order. And it basically says that states are allowed to pay partial SNAP benefits, which reflect a 35% reduction of the maximum allotments detailed in a previous guidance that was sent out on November the 5th. To the extent states sent full SNAP payment files for November 2025, this was unauthorized. Accordingly, states must immediately undo any steps taken to issue full SNAP benefits for November 2025. So basically saying if you gave full SNAP benefits, that's unauthorized. You need to take steps to get that money back. So that's what the memo says right now, certainly threatening states with action if this happens, they gave full SNAP benefits and don't get it back. Now, of course, this is all pending what's going to play out ultimately in the Supreme Court. In any case, that's all we know right now from this memorandum. We don't know how many states are having this issue based on this memorandum or what's going to be entailed to get the money back if they did pay them full SNAP benefits, but they have been ordered by the Department of Agriculture to get that money back if they paid the full amount instead of the reduced amount. As I find out more about this, I'll certainly keep y'all updated. As always, if you enjoy my content, please think about giving me a like, a follow, and a repost. Thank y'all.
Donald Trump does not care about poor people, and here's the proof.
I beg your pardon?
Check this out right here. His administration just told states they must undo food stamp payments. Yes, You heard me. Undue food stamp payments for 1 in 8 Americans who rely on SNAP. This is an absolute nightmare. The United States Department of Agriculture dropped a memo late Saturday that stated states must immediately reverse any steps they took to issue full SNAP benefits for November 2025. If not, they face financial penalties. Why does this matter? Because while millions of Americans were told they're getting full benefits after a court order, the Supreme Court paused that order and Trump's team stepped in to block full funding. The result? Chaos, hunger, confusion, trust shredded.
Last part's most important.
Let's be clear. We're talking about kids, seniors, veterans, people already struggling, getting told either you don't get full benefits or we'll claw back what you thought you had. He won't open the government. He won't fund SNAP, yet he'll threaten states for trying to do the right thing. The message is loud and clear. If you're vulnerable, you're on your own. Make sure to share this, tag someone who needs to know, and most importantly, ask yourself, do we accept a system where the most vulnerable are the first ones we pull benefits from? I don't, and neither should you.
The Trump administration tells states to...
Ladies and gentlemen, they didn't put this shit out until Saturday night. Okay? Do you know how many people probably showed up in the store thinking they had SNAP benefits just to find out they didn't? I mean, that is messed up. I mean, people probably went in the store, filled their carts up, and got up to the register and found out they had nothing. But yeah, that's how fast he was telling these states to pull all that money back that they sent out to SNAP recipients. Now, this country got money. So you mean to tell me you couldn't just let this go? Okay, some of the states already sent the money out. We'll just let it go for now. You couldn't just let it go? Okay, what you need to pull back is that $40 billion you gave to Argentina. If you want to pull something back, pull that shit back. All right, let's go on.
To undo full SNAP benefits. Nobel Peace Prize, though, right? So much peace going on. USDA's latest memo sent Saturday to state directors of the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program instructed states to deliver just 65% of benefits during the government shutdown and required those who already sent full payments to claw back that money. They said to the extent states sent full SNAP payment files for November 2025, this was unauthorized. Accordingly, states must immediately undo any steps taken to issue full SNAP benefits for November of 2025. They then threatened to take various actions if states don't comply, including canceling federal funds that go toward administrative costs for the program or holding states liable for overissuances. You know what that tells me? And I've seen this comment a lot. They don't have the money anymore, do they? It's gone. They've spent that money elsewhere, didn't they? Because imagine going out of your way to not feed people and still somehow call yourself the good guys, the heroes. Because they can give all the money, all of the SNAP benefits, but they said, no. And if you do fully feed families, we're going to penalize you. Imagine rooting for them. But imagine saying that this is all the Democrats' fault, the government shut down, all of it. It's all their fault. And then in the same breath say, yeah, we have the options to help families, but we're not going to. We can do it, but we're not going to. Imagine the Democrats presenting a situation where, hey, we can reopen the government. Here you go. And they still say no, and then still blame it on the Democrats. But at any rate, the people who need to hear that will hear it and just ignore it. They don't care. Because, the pro-life party, the pro-kids party, they'd love to give the middle finger to those same children and tell them to go fuck themselves. What great people.
All right, so we already know what Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson did. She sent it back to the appellate court so that they can do a more thorough review because it's procedural, all right? So we understand that. And states, a couple of states throughout America has been giving their SNAP benefits to certain recipients who were qualified to receive them in anticipation that they were going to be refunded from the federal government. Okay? Why? Because it's a federal law, right? For people to have their states, their SNAP benefits, those who qualify. Federal law, all right? I just need for everyone to understand that. It's a federal law, right? This morning, the Trump administration is issuing warnings back to the states saying, hey, if you've already paid out, undo them. Meaning take that person's money back. So if you're sitting there with your account in, I don't know, what I just use a fictitious number, let's say $100. Donald Trump wants the state to pull that money back and not give it to you. If this does not wake you up, this has to wake you up. This has to teach you that Donald Trump don't care about you. So a lot of people are asking, why would he do this? Why is that? Because he's anticipating that he doesn't have to pay out the money. But that's not going to happen because the circuit court is going to rule that he does have to pay out that money. What he doesn't want, in a nutshell, he does not want for you to get that money. Why? Because he doesn't have it. Because if you have to refund the states, that's going to come from the budget. Okay? Donald Trump is running the United States along with his cronies like he ran his business. And he has bankrupted his businesses multiple times. He doesn't care about you or I. That lady last year, my Vice President Kamala Harris, told us that. He only cares about himself and his rich business friends. When are we going to wake up and realize that? I have. Have you? And if you're still believing that this man has your back, you're a fool.
The administration could only have two possible reasons for doing this: keeping us poor and hungry, or causing violence in the streets, giving them more excuses to send the National Guard and Lord knows what else into our cities. I'm not sure if the admin was hoping for riots in the streets over this rather than people coming together and helping their community, but in case you missed it, overnight a memo was issued by the Trump administration and the USDA instructing states to take back the full SNAP benefits that were issued. Now, we already know that states like Wisconsin, who paid out full benefits, said, no, we're not doing that, despite the threats listed in the memo. Listen, the administration wants to continue instilling fear in people. They want to provoke a reaction so they can continue to consolidate power under the executive branch. That's what this shutdown has really been all about anyway. And they want an excuse. They want an excuse to send the National Guard, Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, Lord knows what else, into our cities to impose their will on the American citizenry. And now we're hearing that 10 Senate Democrats might vote with Republicans for a promise to vote on health care. I don't know, guys. What do you think?
Seriously, the Trump administration is telling states to take back the food stamps and SNAP benefits that they gave out for people who need the help. Look, I just came back this morning from volunteering at a local restaurant, the Kingfisher in Tucson, that was giving out free meals to anybody who needed it because people are hurting. They need the free meals. I talked to a National Park Service employee who has been furloughed for the last 6 weeks. He's not getting a paycheck. He's had to negotiate a 10% discount on his rent from his landlord. So the food that these restaurants are giving and these businesses support that they're giving is totally necessary. But instead of helping people like our community and our businesses are, the Trump administration wants to take back these benefits and take back food support. That's completely cruel.
So Trump today just told every single state that if they do not take away people's full SNAP payments, that he's now going to withhold their federal funding. What even is this style of governance? Like, it's just pure cruelty. Like, imagine telling states that if they try to feed their own people, that you're just going to take away their funding. Imagine supporting that and still calling yourself a good person. Newsflash, you're not a good person.
In today's episode of The President Hates the People, why the USDA sent memos out to the states telling them, yo, if y'all sent full SNAP benefits, y'all need to recoup them benefits and stop sending full benefits to people because you're not allowed. The memo that the states received says you guys were authorized to send 65% SNAP benefits, and anything more than that is going to make the states liable. And sending anything more than that is going to subject the states to possible financial penalties. Now, if you feel like you're getting whiplash because you don't know which way to turn and you're going this way, that way, and we watching a tennis match going wild, that's exactly how you should feel, because that's exactly what's been going on here. First, they were going to fund SNAP. Then they turned around and said they can't fund it past 50%. Then they said, okay, we're going to fund it 65%. Next, they said we're going to fund it 100%. By the time we went to sleep on Friday, they were appealing that 100% to the Supreme Court, asking to not have to fund it. We are getting whiplash. So now what happened basically Friday midnight going into Saturday is people started getting their funds. And from the, information I've been receiving on, my posts, some people were getting fully funded. Some people were getting half. Some people got a portion. Some people got none. It was a spectrum. But what I can say is this: as the days and the hours has gone on, more and more people have been saying, we getting our money, we getting our money. Remember I told y'all on Friday, if y'all was getting y'all money, spend that bread quick. Now here they are trying to pull that money back, talking about, oh, the states need to take the money back. Spend that money and spend it quick. Get your behind to the nearest supermarket and spend your bread. I mean, this is next level unacceptable. Next level unacceptable. But I will keep you posted, guys. If you are not following the Watch TV page, please make sure you like and follow so that you can get all your updates in a timely manner.
Overnight, the Trump administration sent out a letter to all 50 states, according to the New York Times, that stated that they had to rescind any full SNAP benefits or stop any plans they had to issue full SNAP benefit payments for the month of November. This includes states that are paying it out of their own budget. Otherwise, they would face penalties and fines, according to the administration. Now, this continues the Republican trend of saying they care about children, saying that they want to end the shutdown and restore SNAP payments, and then doing the absolute opposite. They're being cruel for the sake of being cruel. We now have people that will be going hungry in this country because the Trump administration is continuing to play politics with people's hunger. Even as they claim that others are playing politics with federal employees, they're playing politics with the military or whatever, the Trump administration is playing politics with 42 million Americans' health. They're going to starve people for the sake of starving them and no other reason.
All right, y'all. I really feel for people that are in need of food out here, because right now you don't know whether you're coming or going with all this confusion going on with this administration and them playing with everybody's lives. And I hate it. If there is people, around you, you can help them, because just dealing with all the red tape in this system will drive you mad. First, he was ordered to give funding, from the contingency fund to fund all the EBT cards. And then he going to defy a court order and do whatever the hell he wants. And then, usually what he do when he don't like the ruling from a low-level federal judge, he'll run to the Supreme Court to get the results he wants. So now it's all these threats going on about getting the money back and all that stuff. This is ridiculous. This shouldn't even be going on. And I agree with what people are saying. He must have used that money up for something else. And he just can't admit the money is not there. It's gone. Just say the money is gone, damn it. All this stuff he's doing. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. That's the only thing I can conclude that makes sense, that whatever that contingency fund was, he took it and he used it for something else. He took those funds and never said nothing about it. This is just biggest shit show going. But I don't expect nothing less from Donald Trump, for real. What kind of person would stop other people from eating? His ass eats those Big Macs every day, but other people can't eat. Unbelievable. So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude on this one. My next one is MAGA begging Donald Trump for help. 40% of MAGA supporters are on EBT. 40%. And many of them are out of work because of Donald Trump and his tariffs, or they were federal workers and lost their jobs, or they can't feed their families now that the government is shut down. So they're having a meltdown. So I'm going to show you that next. A lot of them are screaming for help from Donald Trump. I don't know. There is just no humanity in that man. I don't know where you're going to get help from him. For real. So, y'all, I'm going to conclude. Thank you for being here. My next live is at 2:45. So hopefully I will see you then. If not, have a wonderful afternoon. Shalom, family.
Live with new episode. Or upload new content right here on Sincere Love the Godcast. And I think they got a new button. It's called the hype button. I'm not sure if it's there while we're live, but on the replay, if you're watching this on the replay, there's a hype button down below. Click that hype button and hype this video. That helps to boost the video into the algorithm, YouTube algorithm as well.
Oh, that's on YouTube? Let me see.
Yeah, on YouTube. They got a new button underneath the videos now. I don't know if it's there while we're live, but I noticed it when I'm watching some videos on YouTube. There's a hype button underneath there. You can click the hype button and it gives it a certain amount of points. And once it gets to a certain amount of points, it gets recommended to more people, something like that.
Let's see.
I'm not sure exactly how it works, but click all the buttons, family. Do all the YouTube stuff.
I don't see it.
Do all the YouTube stuff. So it must be on the replay then.
Yeah, maybe it's on the replay.
Yeah, when you watch the replay of the video, there should be a hype button for y'all to click right below somewhere, like below the subscribe button or somewhere around there, like by the comments or somewhere around there. You'll see that hype button. Man. So yeah, man. We back. Y'all come on up in here so we can get it in like how we usually do. Like I said, I know it's been a minute. It's been a good couple of weeks since we've been live. Couple of reasons. You know, 1 week I ain't have no internet over here.
Right.
I ain't have no internet over here, and there was some stuff going on that I wanted to chop it up about too that week too. All the stuff was coming out about Mona Leo and her peoples and all that stuff. That was just when the receipts and everything was coming out about her manager and all of that stuff was going on, and I ain't have no internet, and so first I thought, you know, just usual troubleshooting type stuff. You know, you unplug it, plug it back in, restart stuff and all that stuff. I was doing all of the troubleshooting stuff and it wasn't working. So I said, let me look online and see if people are complaining about AT&T. And there was a lot of people on Twitter saying that their internet was down, AT&T was having an outage. So I'm like, oh, okay, something going on with AT&T. So I was like, all right, you know, gotta wait till they fix it. And I wasn't tripping because one time that happened before, and they ended up giving me a reduction on my bill. They sent me a couple of gift cards, all type of stuff. Wow. So I'm like, all right, cool. So, you know, internet is out for a little while, no problem. But then, you know, a day or two went by, I still ain't have no internet.
I'm like, what the hell going on? So I decided to call AT&T, see what's going on. And they try to troubleshoot me over the phone. Nothing was working. They like, we're going to have to send a technician out there. And so the technician comes, you know, they open up the jack on the wall and all of that stuff. They're trying to see what's going on with my connection. And he pulls out the wire. The wire is broken inside the wall. He like, yo, he showed me the wire like, yo, this is inside the wall. And I'm like, yo, you know what? Because we had a squirrel stuck in our wall at the damn house for like a couple of weeks. It was a squirrel inside the wall, just bouncing around, scratching around. We couldn't get the squirrel out, figure out how to get the squirrel out of there. And I wasn't even thinking that had anything to do with the internet stuff, even though my son, seven, you know, he put it together immediately. As soon as the internet wasn't working, he was like, Dad, maybe the squirrel. And I'm like, nah, I just dismissed it. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, I ain't got nothing to do with the squirrel. We having a power outage. It's an outage going on. AT&T, somebody hacked AT&T. I'm thinking we getting a cyber attack, something going on. But no, it was the damn squirrel inside my wall. He broke the wire and all of that.
I told you that happened to my aunt, but it wasn't a squirrel. It was actually a whole family of raccoons living in her wall.
That's crazy.
Like, they had to come out and they had to bring a cage. It was the mama, the grandma, some cousins, and everybody that was literally eating her shit up too.
That is crazy. Now that right there is crazy.
Yes.
And
Roland Martin and his family was all up in my auntie wall.
And, you know, truth be told, I really don't know if it was a raccoon or not. I'm assuming it was a squirrel. And my landlord, he was over here doing the grass and shit, and he said he think he's seen it go in from the roof.
Yeah,
you know
so it's a hole up there somewhere.
So yeah, we was assuming it was a squirrel, but he been gone for a couple of days now. And we done patched up the hole and all of that stuff, all the spots where we think he was getting in at. So hopefully he's done, because we had him last year. We had a little, like around the same time when it started getting cold. They start looking for some place to get warm at. You know, so same thing happened last year. He was up in the ceiling and scratching around in the ceiling last year, but you know,
at least he didn't bring no cousins. You know, he kept it a little private. You know, a little bachelor pad he had going on up there.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So that was 1 week that we didn't get to go live. But other than that, I don't know, man. I think for the first time, because I've been doing this for like 5 years now. I started creating content in 2020, started doing the podcast in 2020, and we've been very consistent over the years, you know what I'm saying? Putting out
Sundays.
Right. And so I think for the first time, I start to experience burnout. I always hear people talk about content burnout, and I'll be like, what they talking about? Like, I like doing this. I'm good. I ain't got no burnout. But I think for the first time, I start to experience burnout where I was just like, I wasn't editing no videos. I wasn't posting nothing on IG. I wasn't posting nothing on here for y'all. I wasn't going live. I wasn't even going live. I still go to the gym in the morning, do my workouts, but I wasn't even going live for that. I just wasn't feeling like it.
Nothing.
You know what I'm saying? I just needed a break.
We all need one.
But we here today.
Yes.
We here today, and we're going to chop it up with y'all. Shout out to Mama Love in the building.
Hey, Mama.
What's going on, Mama Love? Appreciate the $20
Super
USD in the super chat. Definitely appreciate that. So yeah, today we're going to be talking about the new mayor they got out there in New York City, Zohran Mamdani. I think is how you say his name. Zohran Mamdani is the new mayor-elect out there in New York. And it's a lot of controversy surrounding that. So we're going to get into, you know, what that means for FBAs out there in New York, and, you know, how it all applies to us as a family. And so we'll talk about that a little bit later. But before we get into, you know, anything real heavy, I want to shout out to Outkast.
I saw. Long time coming.
Outkast got inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yes.
Shout out to Outkast. Congratulations. Well deserved. One of the
both
dopest.
From Atlanta too, right? Aren't they both Atlanta born?
Well, Big Boy's from Savannah.
Okay.
He's from Savannah, but they rep Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. They hone their skills and everything.
Southern boys though.
You know.
Or men.
Out of Atlanta, that whole Dungeon family and all of that stuff, man. You know, well deserved. Definitely You know, one of the greatest duos, one of the greatest groups ever in hip hop. Some of the dopest MCs ever, production teams, you know, Organized Noise, that whole Dungeon family thing, still going strong to this day. A lot of people don't even know Future came out of that whole Dungeon family, family tree. You know what I'm saying? So well deserved, much respect to them. They get.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
And I think that neoconservatism, where does it arise from? It arises from Jewish leftists who were mugged by reality when they saw the surprise attack in the Yom Kippur War.
Yeah, well, that's a lot of it for sure. But then, like, how do you explain Mike Huckabee, Ted Cruz, and there are a lot like that, John Bolton. I mean, I've known them all, George W. Bush, like the Karl Rove. I mean, all people I know personally who I've seen like be seized by this brain virus, and they're not Jewish.
What you're saying about putting aside the tribal interest for the corporate interest,
Yes.
that's absolutely the case. The main challenge to that, a big challenge to that, is organized Jewry in America.
And so the sort of mainstreaming, the popularization and normalization of Fuentes by Carlson is significantly more important than just Fuentes' existence, obviously. It was a seminal moment, I think, when it comes to the right's decision as to whether Tuccer himself is a source of truth or whether he is a destructive force inside conservatism.
Hey, I don't know if you heard, but some podcaster named Charlie, let me look at this webpage. Oh yeah, Charlie Kirk died a couple of months back. Some people were acting like this was going to be some kind of 9/11 level incident and that it would go down in the annals of history and that all the remembrances and the phony tributes would just go on and on and on. But it didn't. Let's be honest, family. Donald Trump was grazed by an assassin's bullet, and that story got blown off the front page the very next day simply because Biden dropped out of the presidential race. So all the phony and pathetic attempts by the white right to make Charlie Kirk into a folk hero have failed. This is the final verdict on that one. And none of them ever believed him to be anything more than a grifter who had managed to get a lot of money from mega millionaires and billionaire investors to be their mouthpiece. He would spout their racist gibberish for them while they could go ahead and have semi-clean hands by sitting back and not having to do the dirty work themselves. And it seems that now with him gone, there's a lot of other individuals who would love to get in on that same hustle. We had the white right just a few weeks ago trying to manufacture this asinine narrative that Charlie Kirk had united and turbocharged the white right, and that they couldn't be more unified than they are now. But what we see is that was a lie because there's no honor among thieves, and all the pathetic Charlie Kirk tributes couldn't change that because nothing will change the nature of a white supremacist. And so here we are only a few weeks later and the white right's reverted to type and they're right back at each other's throats. We've seen this before, not surprisingly, during Trump's first term. The alt-right so-called Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, which became a riot. That event was supposed to unite the right, it's in the name, but instead it wound up fracturing them, and you haven't heard from the alt-right since. Richard Spencer hasn't been seen or heard from very much. About the only ones you might have seen were Patriot Front, who used to be called Vanguard America in 2017. They had to change their name shortly after the Charlottesville riot because you'll recall one of their members ran over and killed Heather Heyer during that incident. There have been a lot of movements in the black grassroots
but they never devolved into this kind of backbiting and people turning on each other. That's because the movements involving us come from a pure place, an honest place. Our movements and the people we lionize are the result of moral conscience and not some white billionaire's bankroll. These white right-wing nuts are the front men for white dark-moneyed interest, but times like this forces them out of the shadows. The death of Charlie Kirk has forced a conversation the white right tried to have behind closed doors, but spilled out into the open anyway, and now we have all these Fox News trolls who are at each other's throats. And it's playing out in public. People who had spent years, if not decades, pretending as if they were all chummy, and it seemed like they were, but of course, whenever power's up for grabs, that shows where everyone truly stands. This is why the Orange Man being back in the White House is a good thing, because before now they had the distraction and the deflection of pointing to Biden and Harris, whatever Democrat was in office or in power, and saying, look over there, those socialists are going to wreck everything. The unifying principles of white supremacy are fear and hate. But with Republicans in control of the entire government, they have to face their own internal contradictions, and they're turning their knives on each other now, because there's no one else to turn them on. Now, of course, this doesn't mean that the white left are the good guys here. They suck up and kowtow to the exact same white-moneyed interests as the white right, so they want to get back into power so they can resume doling out favors and money to their own pals and relatives. Family, you need to understand that's the only thing that these people want to be in office for, because it's being in office that makes it where they can leverage policy in exchange for rewards from the plutocrats. Jim Clyburn becomes a member of Congress, then his incompetent little daughter mysteriously gets on the FCC despite having no qualifications to be there, and then when she leaves, she's instantly getting make-work jobs from the very communications cartel that she was supposed to have been regulating. Now, why on earth would any communications company want to put a former regulator on their payroll for any reason? After all, aren't these the people who are putting all of these rules and restrictions on these companies, right? That's what the white right tells us anyway, but is that true? If it was, then why would they do things like that? And that's why they lose their minds, and they want you to be terrified at the prospect of them losing their government offices, because all they can do is sell out to power. And that's a skill set that doesn't have a whole lot of demand. And speaking of people with no skills, Ted Cruz has gotten his depends in a wad over Tucker Carlson apparently running afoul of the Israel lobby and quote-unquote platforming people like Nicc Fuentes. And now Cruz is running around saying that Tucker Carlson's got too much power and he's got too much influence and the party's going to have to stand up to him because he's got all of this influence that he shouldn't have. I consider that to be doubly amusing. Ted Cruz is from Texas, and he had nothing to say about Tucker Carlson's outsized influence over the GOP when Carlson used it to prompt Greg Abbott to give a pardon to an unrepentant murderer who killed a BLM protester. And the only reason Tucker Carlson felt so determined to demand a pardon for that murderer was because he thought this would be a good political statement against the left, specifically against black activists, to show that he could get a white supremacist killer off the hook after murdering someone. And as we all remember, this move by Carlson was directly responsible for Ben Shapiro, trying the exact same stunt on behalf of twice-convicted murderer Derek Chauvin. This is what the white right was doing up until a couple of months ago. These guys were perfectly in lockstep, and the reason they were able to do it was because they were all shooting their guns at the exact same target. Black people. But now, without black people to dump on or distract to, they're showing everybody that they literally cannot agree on anything else. Kevin Roberts, the president of the Heritage Foundation, tried to stick up for his buddy Tucker Carlson and basically was trying to give the old white rights, well, freedom of speech and all that.
The Heritage Foundation didn't become the intellectual backbone of the conservative movement by canceling our own people or policing the consciences of Christians. And we won't start doing that now. We don't take direction from comments on X, though we are grateful for the robust free speech debate. We also don't take direction from members or donors, though we are inherently grateful for their support. We will always defend truth. We will always defend America, and we will always defend our friends against the slander of bad actors who serve someone else's agenda. That includes Tucker Carlson, who remains, and as I have said before, always will be a close friend of the Heritage Foundation. The venomous coalition attacking him are sowing division. Their attempt to cancel him will fail. I disagree with, and even abhor, things that Nicc Fuentes says. But canceling him is not the answer either. When we disagree with a person's thoughts and opinions, we challenge those ideas in debate. And we have seen success in this approach as we continue to dismantle the vile ideas of the left. As my friend Vice President Vance said last night, what I am not okay with is any country coming before the interest of American citizens, and it is important for all of us, assuming we are American citizens, to put the interest of our own country first. That's where our allegiance lies, and that's where it will stay.
But I think it's safe to say that those billionaires who have been bankrolling the white right, they let him know you're going to have to walk that one back, because that's exactly what Roberts did.
We ended our relationship with Heritage. We're working with many Jewish groups that have ended their relationship with Heritage. And really I have to do is talk to my colleagues, because the biggest issue we have with Tucker Carlson is people remember the Tucker Carlson of 5 years ago. That's what makes him so dangerous.
I didn't know much about this Fuentes guy. I still don't, which underscores the mistake. I can tell you with a clear conscience and not making any excuses that those were my intentions, to fix all of that. And obviously I didn't. I made them worse.
Now, the Israel lobby believes in one rule above all others, and that is to crush small acts of defiance today to prevent outright rebellion tomorrow. They are ultra hypersensitive to attacking anyone who even remotely appears to disagree with them. And for decades now, they've been largely successful. So you can guess the amount of phony outrage that's been coming against the Heritage Foundation and Kevin Roberts. And for those of you who are surprised that the Heritage Foundation, at least for a hot minute, seemed to actually be standing up to the Israel lobby and making it very clear that whether or not Nicc Fuentes was an anti-Semite or not didn't really mean that much to them, if you listen to the black media, you wouldn't be surprised at all. Back in 2017, I made my now classic video, Why Roger Ailes Isn't Going Away, which I reposted on this YouTube channel. In that video, I talked about how Roger Ailes started off in TV as a producer for the Mike Douglas show in the 1960s. That's where he met Richard Nixon. But I also told you about how the Republicans had been trying to start their own right-wing TV news network back in the early 70s, and how Roger Ailes was a part of those attempts. One of those abortive attempts to get a right-wing network off the ground was bankrolled by Roger Coors, one of the heirs to the Coors brewing fortune. Coors was a big donor to right-wing organizations, including the John Birch Society, which was one of the most notorious anti-black and anti-Semitic organizations in U.S. history. After the conservative icon William F. Buckley denounced the Birchers, it was no longer cool to give money to them, so Joseph Coors used his money to create a new organization with the exact same mission as the Birchers, the Heritage Foundation. It's just a clumsy front for a white pride organization, and the same way that the Birchers were anti-Semites, the same ideological DNA is also in the Heritage Foundation. So while the Israel lobby might have thought that they were friends, the black media knew better. There's been a number of people on the white right who have been waiting for decades to give the finger to the Israel lobby and what they stand for. These were the people who stormed the Capitol waving Nazi flags and wearing shirts that said 6 million wasn't enough. They've always bristled at having to make nice with people who their fathers and grandfathers and great-grandfathers called a foreign conspiracy. During the Second World War, they blocked Jews from coming to the United States, and now these same people's children and grandchildren are the very ones who the Israel lobby has to deal with. Supporting Israel's genocide in Gaza was always seen as a political bank shot by the white right. The Muslims have numbers, so they need to be attacked, but the Jews have power, so they also need to be attacked. Take care of the guys with more numbers first. Israel's destruction of Gaza dealt the Arabs a blow, but when it also made Israel unpopular on the world stage, the white right recognized this as a chance to weaken them. Divide and conquer. Get your enemies to attack one another, and then take down whichever one of them is still standing. This is a tactic white power has used as far back as the Romans. But the reason for this morning's briefing is to remind you that you shouldn't make too much out of this. This is not going to be some final collapse of the white right. What it's going to be is more proof that the only thing that holds these creeps together is having black people as their enemy. Hating us is the unifying principle for them and has been that way for 500 years. When you look at Ukraine, when you look at the fracturing white right, you see what Europe was before they had us to kick around. They were going in on each other 24/7. They tried to use everything from monarchy to religion to culture as a unifying principle for them, but it didn't work. The kings didn't have enough character to command loyalty, religion required them to have morality, which they didn't, and they never had a culture. So when a few of them turned to anti-Black racism, they at least had something they could finally use that allowed them to have a social framework, one that said we have to protect ourselves and our position from those Black people over there. The white elites told the rank and file white people that they were better than Black people and to protect their jobs, their neighborhoods, and their white women from the big bad Black folks, and that they could indulge their violent whims freely. That would be some of the tangible benefits, but for the most part, that was enough to get them on board and keep them on board. But as we saw at the end of the 19th century, when colonialism had covered the globe, in less than 20 years, there was a world war among those same European colonial powers. This was the historical answer to the question, what does the dog do when it catches the car? What do the white supremacists do when they succeed at enslaving and slaughtering all these Black people? They turn on each other. But by now, we should know that this doesn't mean that they've given up on their sick white supremacist project. What it means is they're having an open argument about the best way to pursue that project. Of course, they're showing everyone that they never liked each other. The white supremacist doesn't respect anyone because in reality, he doesn't even respect himself. And when you look at their behavior, you see exactly why that is. No matter how pretty a face they may try to put on it, no matter how many millions and millions of dollars that they pour into the concrete of that foundation, white supremacy is still a lie, starting with the lie of solidarity. The idea of white superiority is a lie, the idea of white cultural excellence is a lie, and the idea of white solidarity has been proven a lie yet again. The glue that makes them seem to play nice together, at least for a while, are the goodies, giveaways, and guarantees that are bestowed on them by being classified as white. This is what gives them the tangible, though mostly intangible benefits that keeps them on code. But the bigots at the top, they know what the real game is, and it's ultimately one of self-interest. That's something the bootlicks will never understand. If this is how the white supremacist treats their own, then what makes you think they'll tolerate your sorry behind? So I say let them fight. What they're doing right now is not an effort to crush Tucker Carlson. They'll do that if it comes to it. But what this is actually about is a struggle to get him back on code. And the same way that president of the Heritage Foundation did an about-face as soon as some pressure was put on him, Tucker Carlson could very well do the same. In fact, about the only reason that more of the white right hasn't taken Tucker Carlson's side is because Tucker Carlson's been able to get cozy with Arab benefactors. People like Kevin Roberts have not. They don't have any sort of people from the Middle East who might pay their bills potentially one day. If the Israeli lobby and their U.S. allies can find a way to thread that needle and walk that fine line, Tucker Carlson could very well come back. Don't be surprised if that happens. And they'll all be going about business as usual as if nothing had changed. But understand something. That's the reason why our grandmaster teachers like Dr. John Henrik Clarke had taught us how the European solidarity had fractured numerous times in the past. But he also explained that the reason that had happened was they had to go to people who had more power than themselves, more resources than themselves. The European learned that lesson. That's the reason why they've been hyper-fixated on making sure that everybody remains as powerless as possible, especially Black people. It's okay for these other folks to have some nickels to rub together. It's okay for them to have some power, but Black people, no. You absolutely got to hold Black people down no matter what. Because if not, these same individuals who try to play act at being so unified, man, they would turn on each other in a hot minute. It's certainly happened before. And that's the reason why Tucker Carlson is finding himself under fire. Whether or not he's going to relent, who can say? But one thing is for absolute certain. The only reason, and I mean only reason, that these guys are even having this argument in the first place is because Tucker Carlson made nice with somebody who was talking about non-Black people all grimy and slimy. As long as these people were talking about Black people, the Ben Shapiros and other professional BS artists, they had no problem with Nicc Fuentes whatsoever. But when he started aiming his ire at them, now all of a sudden there's a problem. The same way that Richard Spencer had these white media outlets who were giving him all of these charitable write-ups, Nicc Fuentes has also been getting the treatment, believe it or not. It's interesting watching all of this tongue wrestling and rhetorical scuffling between these podcasters and their mega billionaire would-be donors. Everybody loves to try to take shots at Black people and say that we're so disorganized and that we're so ununified. And yet, for some reason, nobody's attaching this to white culture in general, what's going on with the white right. They've got all the resources in the world, and yet look what happens when these guys have even a small disagreement. They're ready to kill each other. That's what happens when you lack honor. You can fake it as much as you want, but reality always gets the last word. But the lesson to be taken away for Black people from all of this is, what's the major difference between this bunch of scumbags and cutthroats having unity and Black people who are still working on it? The difference is resources. That's what they dangle in front of one another to keep each other in line. And obviously that kind of bribery would never work with the Black grassroots. But the pertinent question for us is, in the event that the white right does have a full-blown political civil war against each other, how do we make sure that no matter which one of these scumbags loses, Black empowerment wins? Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Walter Wilborn, Frederica Moore, Morris Bodden, Wesley Monroe, and Charles Hairston. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Y'all gotta sit down. I can't be seeing anything. Y'all got, people are so amped here. And now to perform a medley of some of Outkast's greatest songs, we got Doja Cat, Tyler the Creator, Janelle Monáe, Sleepy Brown, Killer Mike, and to kick it off, we got Big Boy and J.I.D.
Everybody, stand up from the land of Stankonia. Give it up for Big Boy J.I.D.
Smoke some day.
Hey,
Colin Park is in the house.
I say Decatur.
Decatur, oh yes.
Old National got the skank.
We'll check it out.
Well, everybody.
Yeah, here we go.
Let's go, Big.
When it's the M.I. cricket letter, ain't no one better. And when I'm on this microphone, you best to wear your sweater, cause I'm cooler than a polar bear. Oh hell, there he go again, talking this spin corners like I was a sucker. And now you about to see the southern players. I heard it snap where you from, but where you pay rent. Then I heard it snap what you pay, but how much you spend?
You got me bent like elbows amongst other things, but I'm not worried. Cause when we step up in the party like a mouse, you service. Shine by your sack, they to see me probably be like this drug. Daddy fat sacks, B-I-G-B-O-I is the same mother. Then put them knuckles to your eye and I try. Don't want you not to test, but you don't hear me. Give it a shot until my uncle die. Let's go.
Throw your hands in the air and wave them like you just won't care. And if you like fish and grits and all the pimps, everybody let me hear you say, okay. Now throw your hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care. And if you like fish and grits and all the pimps, everybody let me hear you say, okay. It's only one cat in the world. Put your hands together for Doja Cat. Where you at, Doja Cat? Where you at, Doja Cat? Where you at? Let's go. Here we go. Sing.
I'm sorry, Miss Jackson.
Hey.
I am for real. Never meant to make your daughter cry. I apologize a trillion times. I'm sorry, Miss Jackson. I am for real. Never meant to make your daughter cry. I apologize. And your daughter got something going on. You say it's popular, we say it's full grown. Hope that you feel this way forever. You have a big, but you can't predict your say
I know I'm over the line.
and I'll be fine.
King, me, queens, and the puppy love thing together. With little swing and we'll live forever.
Forever. Forever.
Tyler the Creator. With all the creators.
Yeah, Islam National Underground. Back up at the tape, you can't stop us, don't copy them. The man telling us ain't no way. So now we sitting in the drop top soaking wet. In the simple suit, try not to sweat. Hit some songs without the net, but this'll be the year that you won't forget. 1999. Anything goes, whenever you wanna do, long as you know. sense of giving punishment. Too out of jump in jail, too low to deep, I might just hell. Hit it like 90 on sale, then I might get spell. Look at what they was selling, some hammer, grill and a baby mama, and a pack of Peppers. With no answer, you for what? You for AIDS. Make a nigga wanna sell two for days. Come back home, things are wrong, but not really, it was bad all along. Say hello, get on, let your brain breathe. Believe there's always more. Don't pull a thing out unless you plan a bag. Everybody say, yeah, don't need a bag out unless you plan a bag.
Here we go.
1, 2, 3. My baby don't mess around because she loves me slow. Yes, I know for sure. But does she really wanna? But they stand to see me walk out the door. Yeah, don't try to fight the feeling, 'cause the thought alone is killing me right now. Thank God for mom and dad for sticking together, 'cause we don't know how. Okay, now fella, what's cooler than being cool? No, I can't hear you. I said, what's cooler than being cool? All right. Okay, now ladies. Yeah. Now, we're gonna break this thing down in just a second. But don't have me break this thing down for nothing. I wanna see y'all on y'all baddest behavior. Lend me some sugar. I am your neighbor. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Hit it. Shake it, 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 shake it like a shake it like a Polaroid picture. Shake it, shake it, shake it. You know what to do. You know what to do. Don't want to meet your mama. Just make you come.
Yeah. Okay. Get ready. Be healed. Be real. ATL. All the way from the west side, Capital Road, Sleepy Brown. Let's go. Sir Lucius, left foot. Big boy, where you at?
Ready for action, living in the bud, we never relaxing. Outkast is ever not clashing, not at all. You see my nigga what to do with the act. That's for 81, say give it one, say trip, drop, there goes the near castle. Now you coming out the side of your face, you tap it right into your memory bank. Clicking the ticket, the heat seatbelt. Trump rattling like the minutes in the backseat. Speak about bar, make the tab, make it sound like a new cans in the bag. But I know y'all wanted that. Can you feel that BASS? But I know y'all wanted that. Can you feel that BAS? Let's go.
I like the way you move. I like the way you move.
Big boy, see the rise on through. Come on.
I love the way you move.
I love the way she moves. Say I love the way she moves.
All the way from Annabelle, the west side, the best side. Give it up for my homie Killer Mike. Let's go. Say, where I grind, I focus is grind. I'm with the rhyme, I'm quick with a slime, birds of time. Dug out of mine, feel them, polish, look how they shine. Glitter, twisted, flow, I catch you be running like Randy Moss. Ride that bitch off like a brand new house. I'm rolling my show, gather no mouth. Mommy, I'm coming, I hope you get out. Or rock your own boat like a healing talk. Back, forth. Get that sail on court. Make that track of course. Rap, roll, utterly rock with my mouth to the mic and my hand on my clock. Killer Mike out there, just don't stop. The whole world knows that we belong in town. nation to the world. Love you, baby.
That was dope. I gotta definitely admit that was dope. Yeah, so Outkast got him inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. If you ask me, it's been a little overdue. So that was the performance that they did. I'm not gonna put the other one because it's gonna probably take the video down. I definitely don't want the video to get taken down. Also, Salt and Pepa got inducted into the Hall of Fame.
To induct Salt and Pepa, Rock and Roll Hall of Famer, Missy Elliott.
What's up, y'all? Hold on. I said, what's up, y'all? Man, y'all don't understand. This is historical. I watched these three ladies from high school. And the reason that you even know Missy Elliott's name is because of Salt, Pepa, and Spinderella. They inspired me to become an MC. And see, when they came up in this game, it was more male rappers. And the female rappers had to step to the mic and show that they could go toe-to-toe with the guys. And Salt and Pepa and Spinderella did it effortlessly, seamlessly. They came out the gate unapologetic, unforgettable, timeless. They were trailblazers and unstoppable. They stepped outside of the box and they broke all the molds. They made women like me feel heard and empowered. Yes. They never asked for permission to shake their thing. They said, it's your thing. Do what you want to do. Ow, I can't tell you who to sock it to. Y'all don't hear me. Hold up. They never asked for permission to talk about sex. They say, let's talk about it. Because I want to shoot, do fair. They didn't ask for permission to be independent. They say, I'm independent. I make my own money. Don't tell me how to spend it. Y'all don't hear me. With no regrets, they came in and they kicked down the door and they said, hold up. It was like an assault with a deadly pepper. They came in and they said, don't shut that door. It's female rappers that's gonna come behind us and we want them to be able to walk through freely with no problems. See, you gotta understand. Oh yeah, y'all wake it up. When you see your favorite rapper, understand that if they on top, there's a foundation that they're standing on. These three women are the bricklayers to that foundation that holds hip-hop together. They gave us their shoulders to stand on. Somebody called my car. I'm finna go home. I think I done preached already. They gave us their shoulders to stand on. Salt, Pepa, Spinderella, y'all are one of the greatest teachers in hip-hop. I thank y'all for teaching me that life is all about expression. You only live once and you're not coming back. So express yourself, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, It is an absolute honor and joy to induct Salt, Pepa, Spinderella in the 2025 Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Everybody get up, get up, get up out your seat.
My mic sound nice, check one. My mic sound nice, check two. My mic sound nice, check three. Are you ready?
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, Salt, Pepa, Spinderella, let's go.
Come on, just throw your hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care. If you came to rock with Salt and Pepa tonight, let me hear you say, oh yeah.
Here I go, here I go, here I go again. Girls, what's my weakness? Okay, then chillin', minding my business. You saw I looked around and I couldn't believe it. I swear, I said, my niece, my witness. The brother had it going on with something wicked, had to kick it. I'm not shy, so I add all the digits to hold no.
That's not a good sign. All right, let me stop playing this because I don't want to get the video taken down. But yeah, Salt and Pepa got inducted into the Hall of Fame. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. So congratulations to Salt and Pepa and Spinderella for getting inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, along with Outkast. So we're down to the last couple topics, and that's legal migrant and unhoused neighbor and local Denver news.
We got to look for that 10.5 million illegal aliens that came across that border. We got to look, that's in addition to 15 million already here. So now the roles change. Now Border Patrol is backstopping ICE on the interior. It's working. Record numbers of removals, arrests. Right now we already have a record number, historic number of arrests and removals this fiscal year. And we'd bring on 10,000 more agents by mid-January. And we're going to blow this historic number out of the water next year. So everything's working good. It's still under the leadership of acting director Todd Lyons, under the leadership of Secretary Noem. The results speak for themselves. The agents out there doing what President Trump promised he'd do, is make his country safe again.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and most importantly, please make sure that you are following me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. And with the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news. And today, we have to speak on some good news. Today is great news for the mass deportation operations that are going on across the country and that will be going on throughout the duration of time that Trump is in office. Why is it a good day? Because as of this weekend, 260,000 illegal Venezuelan immigrants lost their TPS status. It has expired, ladies and gentlemen. And I want to get into this video clip now to unpack some of what's said, and some on that TPS is coming to an end for Venezuelan illegal alien migrants that crossed the border during Biden's migrant crisis. Let's get into this clip next.
All new at 6. In a matter of hours, more than 250,000 Venezuelans will lose protection from being deported. Their temporary protected status, otherwise known as TPS, is set to expire on Friday before midnight. CBS News Miami's Yvonne Taylor spoke to a woman with TPS who says she's worried for her future.
These 260,000 Venezuelans will lose their status, their work permit, and their driver's license. And for the first time while putting together this story, people that I'd reach out to for an interview did not respond. And 2 of them told me, I can't talk.
My family and myself, we are desperate because this happened so fast.
This Venezuelan woman with TPS, and who we will call Maria, spoke to us under the condition of anonymity.
I feel persecuted.
Stop. I don't need to hear anything that you have to say from this point moving forward. Number one, it didn't happen so fast. This specific group of Venezuelan illegal immigrants. They received this TPS status in 2021. Okay, so it didn't happen fast. It happened in a 4-year period. The T in TPS is temporary. That's what it stands for. Temporary, not forever. It is temporary. So that means it's time to go. And as it pertains to her feeling persecuted, this is the stuff that drives me crazy. And is what I find so blasphemous and disrespectful to the victims of those who have lost their lives at the hands of illegal immigrants that came into this country through the Biden crisis, the DNC migrant crisis, to which so many people were actually persecuted, killed, assaulted, violated. You all know what I mean when I say violated. RAPE. We have people in this country, American citizens, who have actually been persecuted at the hands of those who crossed the border under Biden's fake migrant crisis. They were the ones persecuted. But you're sitting here claiming persecution when the reality is your time here has simply expired. Nothing illegal has happened. No one's doing anything wrong to you. It's just time to go. Now let's take a moment to look at the stories of those who have actually been persecuted in this country by way of the DNC migrant crisis that wreaked havoc across this country and is still wreaking havoc across the country as we speak, to which Tom Holman and the gang are doing an excellent job trying to bring this madness to an end. But let's look at those who have been actually persecuted at the hands of those who crossed the border during Biden's migrant crisis.
So as many Democrat officials and those on the radical left demonize ICE, one mother learned the hard way the cost of open borders and soft on crime policies.
Yeah, that mother's daughter was allegedly killed by an illegal immigrant. And now, thanks to ICE, the family may finally get justice. Newsmax crime correspondent Jason Matera has this special report.
I think of the parents, the siblings, the loved ones of people who have been just brutally attacked. I don't know how you get past knowing that it didn't have to happen if that person hadn't been here illegally.
Okay. Just pause right there. How many times have you guys heard me say that? You have those on the left who say that it doesn't matter that illegal immigrants may kill somebody every now and then because U.S. citizens commit more crimes than illegal immigrants do. But the reality is it matters because if that person wasn't here to begin with, her daughter would still be alive. That's why it matters. All right. So when you hear people saying, oh, you know, illegal immigrants, they don't commit as many crimes as American citizens, that is one of the most disingenuous and heartless statements that you can make. This is why I don't ever want to hear anything about all this we are the world nonsense that Democrats like to push. They don't believe any of that because they will look into the face of this woman right here who lost her daughter at the hand of an illegal immigrant, and they will not bat an eye. They do not care. The hypocrisy of DNC lunatics is astonishing. It truly is. But let's get back into this news clip here. Let me wind it back just a little bit and we'll keep it rolling.
Been here illegally.
Across America, families are mourning loved ones, victims of murder, drunk driving, and fentanyl poisoning, all at the hands of people who never should have been here in the first place. Jennifer Boss knows that pain firsthand. For 51 agonizing days, her daughter Megan was missing, allegedly hidden by Luis Mendoza Gonzalez, an illegal alien now charged with concealing and abusing her body.
He placed her upside down in that garbage bin, drenched her with bleach, covered it up with a blanket or a carpet, and left her. I was furious. And I did everything I could to try to find a way to get him held.
Despite a decomposed corpse being found in his yard, an Illinois judge let Mendoza Gonzalez walk free until ICE stepped in to clean up the mess.
An Illinois judge, ladies and gentlemen. Are you surprised? Some of you aren't because I covered this story already before. But an Illinois judge, a radical judge, let this guy walk, okay? Until federal agents, ICE, stepped in. And I want to take a moment to pivot from this story for just a minute, but we're going to come back to it. I want to take a moment to discuss really why it's so important that this TPS status has expired. Because sticking to Chicago, Illinois, You've seen me do a handful of stories over the course of the last week or two, and I'll pull them up for you right now. How many of you remember me covering these stories here? Migrant arrested 8 times since 2024, stabbed man who's to delete video, prosecutor stated. This was from a Venezuelan migrant. A Venezuelan migrant did this. And, you know, when I make videos saying Chicago migrant does X, Y, and Z, a lot of people get upset because they say he's illegal, he's illegal. But the thing is that he's not, right? This guy right here, this animal, he's protected under TPS status. That's why he's not illegal. Now, whether or not he's going to fall underneath that category of those of the 260,000, right? Venezuelan national, right? This Chicago migrant. These guys are the ones that are protected under that TPS status. You had this influx of demons like this coming into the country, terrorizing American citizens, and Democrats could care less. And you see in states like Illinois, this is why Operation Midway Blitz is so important, to be able to snatch guys like him up. Here goes another one that many people were like, hey, why are you calling him a migrant? Is it illegal immigrant? Well, the TPA is a TPS baby, okay? He's a TPS baby. You guys remember this story? Migrants stalked and gunned down teens in Canaryville. Prosecutors say 1 dead, 1 badly injured. You remember this guy right here? He was the one, the 19-year-old Venezuelan migrant, a Venezuelan national, who gunned down a 15-year-old and a 12-year-old. But fortunately, the 12-year-old survived. But it wasn't just those two. It was a group of teens that were walking and he gunned them down. But unfortunately, these two got hit. The 15-year-old died and the 12-year-old lived. These are the people. Guys like him are the ones that are protected by TPS. That's why technically I couldn't call him an illegal immigrant. I had to say migrant, Chicago migrant. He's a Venezuelan national. These are the guys that are wreaking havoc across the country. That must be removed. Now let's get back into the sad story that we were listening to earlier.
Oh.
ICE was able to do what Lake County refused to do, keeping him behind bars.
Jennifer is now outraged that federal agents are being demonized simply for doing their job.
Secret police that are terrorizing our communities. ICE.
Joe Gamaldi with the Fraternal Order of Police says this anti-ICE rage is straight out of the same script used previously to smear cops nationwide.
Far-left politicians for the last decade who have trafficked in anti-police rhetoric because they realized there was money to be gained and influence to be garnered by basically treating the American police officer like crap. They're rolling out the exact same playbook against ICE officers.
And the thing is that, as he's saying, it's not even so much so that there's money to be gained, because there is money to be gained. But that's by default. This is really about a lot of votes to be gained. Votes by the children of illegal immigrants that become automatic citizens. I believe it is under the 14th Amendment, right? And the major benefit that comes from having illegal immigrants in your state is the boost that it gives you in population, since they are counted on the census. And when you count them on the census and you boost up your population, as we've discussed so many times over before, what does that do? We all know the answer to that question now. That's what determines how many more delegates that you get to represent you in the House of Representatives, based on the population boost in your state. That is a form of cheating. You're manipulating your population count to get more representation in the House of Representatives. That's why this is so important, for all of this to come to an end. It's not just about money, but it's also about votes. It's about power. And this is all happening at the expense of people like this mother here and so many others who have children that lost their lives at the hands of monsters like this, who should have never been here to begin with. And with all that being said, that does it for today's news. So I want to thank you guys for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video.
Yep. All right. Thank you, TD. Yeah, the must got to go. They got to go. They got to go. They got to go. But unfortunately, I skipped the topic, and that was, should Black Americans in New York be concerned with Zohran Mamdani focusing more on immigrants? So let me play that next. And I'm going to run back upstairs to get my clothes.
Ever production teams, organized.
What I said on Sincere Love to God about Mamdani, shout out to Sincere Love to God and Nice to Girl.
I know who it is. But you got a lot of niggas that try to misappropriate Dr. Claude Anderson's teachings. I think that Grits and Eggs nigga was one of the ones that was doing that, trying to take Dr. Claude Anderson's words out of context and apply it to some other shit. Hold on, what we got here?
Oh, it just
we got here. I don't know. Somebody clicked the link, but I want to talk to people from New York, because I want to see what the vibe is like out there in New York.
Yeah.
With this new mayor-elect. That's who I was looking to hear from. Who we got? Who we got back here? I see somebody backstage.
Who we got? Pull up.
Let me see. Oh, this Che and Kruma. Let me see what Che and Kruma talking about. That's our brother.
Hey, B1 salute.
B1 salute.
And Nice to Girl.
Peace. What's good?
It's Jesse. That's just my other name, Che and Kruma.
Okay.
I know who it is.
Like I was saying in the chat, like this dude is like the male version, if not worse, of Kamala Harris. Like all he's gonna do is pro illegal immigration, pro LGBTQ. During his speech, he didn't say nothing what he was gonna do for Black people at all. He barely mentioned
zero
women, but he didn't say nothing about Black men. So he's promoting that gender divide. He talking about all this free stuff he can't deliver on. So he's
free bus rides.
Yeah, free bus rides, free stabilized rent, all this ridiculousness. He's a socialist. He's not no Democrat. A socialist.
Admittedly. And self-proclaimed. He said he's a democratic socialist, a Muslim democratic socialist.
It makes no sense.
That's his identity.
He's a Muslim, but yet on the LGBTQ agenda. This dude did a whole he did his campaign launch in a gay bar.
What?
Right. Yeah.
It's like a complete desecration of Islam. What else? What am I gonna say about him?
He's crazy.
Around. I don't see nothing good coming from this dude's administration in New York. Trump and the Republicans are already working on a bill to cut all the federal funding to New York. So my family that's in New York.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a war.
It's gonna be real tough.
It's gonna be a political war with his election especially during this administration, because even at his speech he was taking shots at Trump. He was taking shots at Trump and telling him to bring it and turn up the volume and all of this stuff. Like,
that's what Gavin Newsom
because it's one thing. Doing.
And then to make matters worse, he was one.
Yeah, it's one thing when you're on the campaign. Hold on, brother. It's one thing when you're on the campaign and you make all of these campaign promises. It's another thing to actually get in there and govern, because you have laws and you have boundaries that you have to operate within.
Right.
So you know what I'm saying? All of this stuff that you're talking about doing, it ain't gonna be just a walk in the park for you.
Right. And to make matters worse, he was lying, talking about New York was created by immigrants, founded by immigrants. It's completely the FBA. Like everybody know, there wouldn't be no Wall Street if it wasn't for FBA. We were the first stocks and bonds that was sold on Wall Street. So he can miss us with that. One was the biggest plantation. Shout out to Dr. Kaba, Dr.
Cabernet.
Carbonet, yeah. He's the one that told us that Brooklyn was the largest plantation in the Northeast. So it's just, man, we have Seneca Village. It was it's so much Black history.
Sylvester Manor still open today as a tourist attraction. You know,
Right.
so they still profit off our pain.
Exactly, nice to girl. So he's not gonna do nothing specifically for Black people. I can basically see him talking about I'm for everybody but Black people. He's gonna do something for them immigrants though. Them immigrants gonna be all right.
From my understanding, I was listening to one of Tariq's lives, and it was a bunch of people from New York that came up and spoke, and they were like, it's a lot of FBAs out there who did not rock with him, but obviously in New York, you're gonna have a lot of, you know, Black immigrants and stuff like that that did heavily rock with him as well, because obviously he's speaking to their needs, you know, citizenship, you know what I'm saying, benefits and things like that. So, and she was breaking down different areas within New York that had the highest number of Black immigrants, basically, that voted for him. So it kind of makes sense because, you know, New York is a melting pot of so many different cultures, not just FBAs. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
so
true.
I can see how he won in that aspect.
Yeah, he was able to mobilize that vote, that
Yeah.
vote to vote for him, and
by a landslide though. Like it wasn't even close.
Who did he have? Cuomo? Didn't nobody want Cuomo?
Yeah, nobody wanted Cuomo. Cuomo was a disgrace.
Yeah, that wasn't gonna work. He had no one to run against.
Right. So he was.
And Eric Adams had dropped out early, right?
Yeah, he dropped out a little early.
Mm-hmm.
And it looked like.
All right, brother Che, I'll let you have the last word, brother.
I had one more thing to say about Mamdani. Damn, I can't remember. I lost my train of thought. I appreciate y'all having me on. So I was trying to gather my thoughts. I was going to say something about the voting. That majority of the people that voted for Mamdani hadn't even voted. Yeah, Mamdani's no good, especially Black in New York. Yeah.
No bueno.
Make sure y'all check out Frontline Black.
If you remember what you want to say,
Pull up.
if you remember what you want to say, put it in the chat. All right.
Okay. Peace.
Peace.
I appreciate you, man.
Yeah. Welcome back, crew.
Yo, what's up, Tay?
I can't hear you. Oh, there you are.
My
Welcome back. I was just playing what I said on Sincere Love the Guys. And then I was going to get to what Uncle Phil had to say about Zohran Mamdani.
Yep. Hey, man, you
What's your
sounded
thoughts on
good
Zohran
today.
Mamdani?
Hey, Tay, you sounded good today. No, I'm talking about like your mic and everything. You sounded real good today.
My mic sound nice, check one. Mic sound nice,
Right,
check two.
right. Where's Rakim at? Microphone check 1, 2, 1, 2.
2. Yep. All right. So, what are your thoughts on Zohran Mamdani?
Oh, the African Indian.
Yeah.
You know he's Elon Musk.
Yep.
Like he's Elon Musk right now. He's an African American. I'm glad you got to talk to Sincere and Nicey girl.
Yeah, me too. You know, that's where I got my start. Well, I started my mayoral campaign over there. They were the first to interview me from the new Black media.
Oh, for your mayoral?
Yep.
That's what's up. Yeah, I rock with Sincere. I gotta go to Atlanta and get a haircut out there.
Yeah. I know his uncle. His uncle used to run an African shop out here called the Kente Express. And then before that, he was part of this group called Sankofa.
Oh, Lord. Now here we go with this African shit again.
Yeah, that's back when we was Pan-Africanists.
Right. And then now Shabaka gonna jump out the woodwork.
Oh shit, Shabaka gonna be back on Wednesday, so
Look, I did not be over there like yesterday or the day before just because of Shabaka. I was just busy.
he he's been on.
No, Tay, I was just busy. Like really, I would have been there on your stream or whatever.
Oh, okay, got it.
I was just really busy.
That's understandable. All right, I gotta put on this X clip because I gotta run upstairs for these motherfuckers to steal my clothes again. Can't have that.
They ain't gonna steal your clothes, nigga. You can't dress.
Yeah, yes, sir. Like,
Maybe if you had my clothes, then they'll be stealing your clothes. But you know, I'm just talking
nah,
shit.
these niggas stole my clothes, so I can't have a repeat.
There's a lot of conversation ever since Zohran Mamdani won the election to be the next mayor of New York. And in his speech, some people was pointing out that he didn't really talk much about Black Americans at all, but he was running down the laundry list of immigrants. And everything was about immigrant this, immigrant that, immigrant. And we notice this pattern with immigrants that when they come here, if they get anything, it's all about immigrants. It's not about, anything more than that. You understand? Even though how they got into this country is off the backs of the civil rights movement, which was done by Black Americans. But I want you to hear what this young woman is going to talk about this, because let's have that conversation, because Black Americans do need to kind of
topic of Black Americans and then immigrants. I'm seeing lots of videos from Black Americans urging Zohran Mamdani, new mayor of New York, soon to be, to not forget about Black Americans, because in his speech, and this is also something I noticed, he did talk about all of a bunch of the immigrant communities in New York and how they built New York.
I'm so glad you cut that off. Yeah, they need to get cut off telling them lies. Girls like that, you know what New York girls are good for? With them small mouths, you know what they're good for? Oh, God. New York girls, they'll do you in the damn driveway.
And he completely neglected Black Americans. I'm not from New York, I'm from Massachusetts, but even here and all over the country, I have seen how local government always deprioritizes Black Americans specifically. Now, I don't think electing Zohran Mamdani was a mistake. I really like him, even though I will not benefit from his policies. I'm very happy he won, and I hope more people like him go up to become leaders in this country. But I also urge them not to forget or deprioritize Black Americans. The Black American experience is different from the immigrant experience, even if it's a Black immigrant, two different experiences. And on a statistical level, so this is data, this is not me making it up, Black Americans are deprioritized below immigrants. And that's not immigrants' fault. That is literally just how the system works. And because of that, I see so much division when it comes to Black Americans and immigrants, because it's hard to look past someone who's new to this country getting certain benefits or policies or programs that you have either needed or waited for and still have yet to get, even though you've been here your whole life. It's hard for them to look past that and see that what's really the issue is the system. And then on the flip side, what I see, and again, this is not me saying all Black Americans, all immigrants. On the flip side, what I'll see are immigrants will come to this country and they will rise above the odds, which is amazing. But then they'll look back at Black Americans and say, well, if I did it, why can't you? Are you just lazy? And then that whole dynamic just pits Black Americans and immigrants against each other, which I hate. People need to remember that because of chattel slavery, it was Black Americans who were stolen from their own land and brought here. We laid the foundation. We laid the foundation for you to come here and then build on top of that. So yes, saying immigrants built this country is not wrong, but completely ignoring that Black Americans laid the foundation for them and then also built alongside them, that's what the message should have been. I really hope, because I saw his team, Zohran Mamdani's transition team, and I know it's all women, but I don't think I saw any Black Americans specifically on there. I do hope that he gets someone on his team who is a Black American, I would say a Black American woman, who can advise him on how to approach and help our community. Even though, again, I'm not from New York. I'm just saying, like, the community in New York. Because it's just different. It is different from the immigrant experience. And I hope all leaders who are coming up in this country also just remember that.
Well, let me address the last thing she said and work back. So she was saying that she hoped that Mamdani gets a Black American woman on his team. Well, you know, I would say this. Why can't he get a Black American man on his team? How come? How a Black American man can say the same thing? Because I think personally, he should have both a Black American man and a woman on the team. Because if I was a politician and I had won something, I had a diverse city like New York, then what I would want on my team is representatives from every community that I'm going to govern over on my team, so I can get insight into each community. I don't want to go blind into it. You understand what I'm saying? And that's what I would do at minimum. And I would want my particular administration for people to see, hey, well, at least I know I'm represented in that particular administration. When you govern a city like that, you got to make sure everybody's represented so you won't have no issues. But for sure, I would definitely have the brothers and sisters there. Oh, you better believe that they're going to be there, part of the administration. But to be fair, I did listen to the whole speech Mamdani said, and the only reference that he made was about Black women, Black American women in particular, being losing their 300,000 being fired from their jobs. Outside of that, he did not mention Black American people at all. He mentioned Ethiopians, he mentioned Trinidadians, but those are immigrants that aren't, Black American. And I'm not saying he was wrong for mentioning them, but Black Americans were the people that built New York. Let's call it what it is. You know about Seneca Village and all of their, it's so much history of Black Americans in that area. You know what I'm saying? So that could be a whole video in itself about the history of Black America, about Wall Street, how Wall Street was a slave trading area. So, we was the first, stocks and bonds that people was purchasing on Wall Street. So people like, with the immigrant experience, and they talk about immigrants. Here's the issue. And like she said, it puts Black Americans against immigrants at times, because the government, especially a lot of times the Democrat Party, they prioritize immigrants over Black Americans. And we are a very strong voting bloc. We are people that can make you or break you, literally, in this country when it comes to popularity. And if Black Americans get against you, you're done. The only reason Eric Adams isn't the mayor anymore, because a lot of Black people in New York say, nah, we good on Eric Adams. If Black people are still cool on Eric Adams will be the mayor again. I'm just telling you straight up. Well, what it was. You should not ever say discount Black Americans, or like she said, think, oh, well, I'm in this position. How come Black Americans? Well, let's think about it. When you come to this country, you didn't go through Jim Crow. You didn't go through mass incarceration. They didn't mass incarcerate y'all when you got here. They didn't break up your families. They didn't say immigrant men can be in the homes of their immigrant women and children to get certain kind of help. They didn't do that to y'all. They never did convict leasing to immigrants. They never did a form of the black codes to immigrants. Immigrants come here in family units, or if they're not in family units, they can bring their people in here by chain migration. There's a lot of programs in states like New York and California, strictly for immigrants, that Black Americans can't even receive. Immigrants really aren't demonized in this country like that. Maybe until recently, but for the most part, immigrants aren't demonized in this country, right? Immigrants get so many programs, especially the black ones, because they can get the programs that's meant that we fought for as Black Americans, and they can get immigrant programs. So black immigrants can get both sides of it, way more than maybe some of the other immigrants. And then so when immigrants open their mouth and have the nerves to say, oh, well, we're doing better than you. Well, no, you're not. Collectively, you're not. It's not enough for you to do more better than us. It's not enough for you to even measure to what we got going on. But why do you have to measure yourself to us and what we're doing? Just focus on what you got going on. And to be glad that that Black America fought for those rights for you to come here, because white people didn't want nobody here but other Europeans. They didn't want nobody here but them. You better believe that. And you got your white nationalists like Nicc Fuentes. He'd tell you that all day long. He want nothing but white people here. He don't want nobody coming here. Now Mamdani, of course everybody gonna be watching him. Of course. And if he be on this immigrant thing, that's one way to get, because I tell you what, Mamdani, if you just push an immigrant and you're not gonna do nothing for black folk, you have a problem. And you're not gonna be no more than one-term mayor either. Because one thing about black folks who kind of over that immigrant talk, we about some America talk, and you're gonna do something, make sure you do it for everybody. Don't be just doing these special immigrant programs. But I want to tell Black Americans, I want to tell Black America this. You need to be at them city council meetings. You need to be hearing what they're proposing. And if they are doing anything out of line, you need to be speaking up and speaking out and say, hey, what you doing for Black Americans? Because I'm hearing all this immigrant talk. What you doing for Black Americans? Y'all got to be at them city council meetings, because you can't complain if you're not there listening and checking them when they're getting out of line. Just like Sister Jessica Jackson and them, they be in that council meeting in Chicago. Y'all got to be doing the same thing in New York. Y'all got to be there at every city council meeting, listening in and speaking up when it's time to speak, and say, hey, what you gonna do out here in these boroughs where black people are living? What you doing out here in Harlem? What you doing? Hey, what's going on? You got to be speaking up and speaking out. Black folks, they built New York, and black folks shouldn't go nowhere. I'll tell you what, I love the brothers and sisters in New York, and even my immigrant brothers and sisters in New York. I get so much love in New York. I really do. And I ain't got nothing against my brothers and sisters who are immigrants or wherever you come from. I don't have nothing against you. But we talking about politics. And in politics, I don't know why everybody got to be being pit against each other. An immigrant shouldn't be pit against a Black American, and a Black American shouldn't be pit against an immigrant. That doesn't make sense. Especially if all of you not white, it don't make sense. Because one thing about white supremacy, they're against anybody that's not them. Don't ever think because they treating you a little different for maybe 5 minutes that you're in a better position. Because a lot of immigrants starting to find out, like the East Indians are finding out about MAGA, that they're just as racist like we said they were. But if Mamdani does good for everybody, hey, it's no issue, no problem. But he definitely got to get some Black Americans on the team, better known as FBA. He got to get them on the team. That's the only way you're going to have an administration that's going to do things that's equal. And that's just bottom line. But black folks, you better show up at that city council meeting and make sure him and the city do right by Black New York.
Streets.
Mamdani went to
Yeah.
school, called himself an African American.
Yeah, so he can get them scholarships.
Everybody wanna flex off of us, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like they wanna be
Yeah,
us.
flex
Like
off of us.
what?
Okay, so no, crime is not down because of nonsensical, holistic.
Sorry about it. These stupid ass ads. I got this ad blocker up, but this shit, it don't work as efficient as it should.
Oh, hey, you know what? I found out. Hey, turn that. Hold on, Jesse. Turn the. You know how they got that. The aura around the YouTube shit. Turn that shit off.
What a beautiful day!
What do you mean, or how do you do that?
Like you know how it's got like you see how it's got the gray around the YouTube and shit. Like turn the like aura off. Turn that shit off. Like make it play YouTube like regular YouTube. Cause when it does that shit, like you know how it put the light, you know the lights behind it, like you have lights behind the TV and shit, type shit.
Oh,
that's
take it
what it's.
ambient
The
mode.
ambient shit. Turn that shit off. Turn all that shit off. Turn all that shit off. Like, just leave the stable volume on.
Leave the stable volume on.
Yeah, leave the stable volume on, but like turn all that other shit off and watch how that shit start playing so nice.
Okay. All right. So before we get to the shy, where you at? What's your thoughts on Mamdani? You said he did cosplay as
African American.
Yeah.
Man, look, Mamdani, man down. I don't know. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. But yeah, no, man, fuck that motherfucker.
Right. That's what I
Like
said.
he's off code. He's trying to do everything for immigrants. I don't think immigrants should be able to run for office. I don't think immigrants should be police. I don't think they should be anything.
I don't think so either.
If you were not born here 2 generations, I think you should be 2 generations.
At least at minimum.
Then you can be the police.
But
or
these
then you can join the military or something.
Hell no.
No, I'm talking about you got to be 2 generations in to join the military.
Yeah, I got that part. But I'm saying these ones that just got here yesterday, hell no.
Right. How are you going to arrest me? And you can't even speak English.
Right.
How the fuck you what are you arresting me for?
Yeah, my city
you
just
can't even you're under arrest for it. Man, it's just like these damn all these damn wing stops.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? All these sharks, fishes, JJ. Like, how the fuck is all these Arabs know how to cook nigga chicken?
Right.
How they know how to cook nigga chicken like this?
Exactly. Exactly.
With the lemon pepper on there.
And then the people that voted for him, they hadn't even been in New York for 5 years.
That's
New
the
York
point.
is the only city that allows illegal immigrants to vote. Like,
no, it's not the only city.
Openly. Like, they have it where they can actually vote legally.
Yeah, as long as you live in the city, you can vote. But I think Trump needs to do something about that because if they're voting in federal elections, you know, that's not allowed, right?
Right. Well, they can vote at the local level.
No, but I think Trump needs to look into if New York was allowing them to vote on the federal level. Seeing as Trump is right there.
Yeah, right.
I mean, he might need to look into certain things.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because they always look into us all the time, right?
Yep.
So why don't you look into them?
So the people that have been there for 10 years, they didn't really vote for Mamdani. And the people that were born in New York, they didn't vote for Mamdani at all.
It's only the new motherfuckers.
Mm-hmm. That's what I was trying to say on Sincere Love to Guys, but I got distracted because Nicey Girl kept him and Nicey Girl kept interrupting me, so I didn't get to say everything I wanted to say, but I got most of it
Look,
up.
it's their channel, and they can do what they want to.
Right.
Now look at this though. So Afro was saying this the other day, right?
Mm-hmm.
He said the same thing. Like, look, if they he was there in City Hall. He said if they go look into if Trump come over here to Chicago and actually just pull one of these sheets back on the covers,
Mm-hmm.
it's over with.
Yep.
It's bad. It's gonna be so bad.
So, what are your thoughts about what me and Chicago Flip Red do at City Council? You think everybody should do that in their cities?
Yeah, I think everybody needs to have different parties in their cities.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like you can't just have it all. Oh, Jesse run shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like even if you had made mayor, right?
Yeah.
It can't be all just Jesse run shit.
Right.
Somebody got to be your opposition.
Right.
To keep everything fair.
Well, Chicago, New York, and Denver are all strong mayor cities. So the mayor has all to say. The mayor is basically like the president of the city.
No, not even in Chicago. Even Brandon Johnson, but we still got a city council in Chicago.
Yeah, but city council, the aldermen don't really have no power, or do they?
And then the governor, he can always pull the mayor down.
Yeah.
If he wants to.
Yeah.
But they're all in the same damn boat.
Right.
You get me? That's the problem. Now it would be great if I was the governor of your state, and then you're the mayor.
Yeah.
Right. So, but then your city will be making so much money for the state that I
Right.
really wouldn't want to like pull you out of there.
Right.
But if I wanted to, if I had to, I could use my gubernatorial shit. They say, okay, no, I'm replacing the Denver mayor. Like I could pull you out of there. If I was the governor of Colorado.
That's news to me. I didn't know the governor could do all of that.
Yes, he can.
Okay.
But that's why they don't do it in Chicago.
Well, Prisker and
Because they're all on the same team.
Yeah. Like Polis and Johnson is on the same team.
Right. So like so the highest police that you elect, it will be your sheriff.
Yeah, well,
like that's the highest police officer in your
right.
Even the state police got to ask your sheriff to come in town.
Right. But in Denver, the sheriff is appointed.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Sheriff should be elected.
I agree, but currently the sheriff is appointed.
For the county?
Yeah, for the city and county of Denver.
City and county?
Yeah, Denver's a city and a county.
So like when I was in North Carolina, right?
Uh-huh.
You got Charlotte Mecklenburg police,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
You got Charlotte police, and then you got the Mecklenburg County Sheriff.
Mm-hmm.
But those are two different entities.
Right. But in Denver, they're all the same entity.
That's crazy.
Yeah, we do things crazy over here. All right. So what are your thoughts on Brandon Johnson talking about ISIS snatching babies in mid-grades?
He's lying.
Clearly. All right, so TD Media Group gonna give us an update on that.
Labor Day weekend. Just want to send a message to the rest of the world. This is not, we're doing it together. Let's get it.
Well, we've seen some emotional family members of one of those victims showing up here this morning, very distraught. As again, we have learned that there are 2 people who died in this shooting, a third currently in the hospital right now. It appears the crime scene stretches all throughout this building here behind me near 81st and Marshfield in Chicago's Auburn Gresham neighborhood. Now, police responding here around 7 o'clock this morning to reports of shots fired, and that is where they found 2 of the victims who were pronounced dead on scene. The third person who was shot is believed to be in his 20s, and he was taken to Christ Hospital with serious injuries. Several people living in this area say this building and block have been a hotspot for crimes recently. We are still waiting to hear from Chicago police about what exactly led up to the shooting. Local activist and pastor Donovan Price arrived on scene shortly after the shooting. He explained how devastating this is, as he's at least one of these victims is 18.
What's going on? If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and most importantly, please make sure that you are following me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. With the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news. And today we are headed back on over to the People's Republic of Chicago. Why is that? Because we have to talk about Emperor Brandon Johnson, right? We have to talk about him because it appears that he's on a world tour right now, you know, or at least a nationwide tour. He's on the Trust Me Bro, Crime Is Down world tour, right? And he was recently in Baltimore sitting next to the mayor of Baltimore, where they were trying to convince the American people in a press conference that crime is down in our cities. Trust me, bro, crime is down and the city is safe, which they are not. Neither Chicago nor Baltimore safe, you know, their cities are, and so on and so forth.
Chicago is very safe.
The lies that come out of Emperor Brandon Johnson's mouth is just atrocious. It's a completely and utterly atrocious. Listen to this here.
And no one is going to convince me what the Trump administration is doing against black people and brown people can ever be justified. It is racist. When you have black babies being thrown in the back of vans, zip tied in the middle of the night, and masked men sticking guns in the faces of black and brown people, that is nasty, is vicious, is racist. Dr. King described it as an evil. Militarism and that formation is an evil.
Dr. King's name has to be the most abused name in all of politics. And secondly, no black children had long guns put in their face, were zip tied and thrown in the back of vans. You should be thrown in jail for lying to this magnitude. Lying like this goes far and way beyond freedom of speech when you lie like this. And you're a public official. You're the mayor of a city, and you tell such an egregious lie. People will sit there and say, oh my God, you want to put people in jail for freedom of speech? At that point, that's not freedom of speech, and I stand on it. When you lie like this, you're trying to incite violence. That's what you're doing, and that's the point and the purpose when you lie like that. Let me play this egregious nonsense one more time.
And no one is going to convince me what the Trump administration is doing against black people and brown people can ever be justified. It is racist. When you have black babies being thrown in the back of vans, zip tied in the middle of the night, and masked men sticking guns in the faces of black and brown people, that is nasty, is vicious, is racist. Dr. King described it as an evil. Militarism and that formation is an evil.
All day, nigga.
I don't think you understand
don't your Chicago PD
how
do that to us all day. Your Chicago police pull up on us all day like that. What the fuck is you talking about, Brandon?
Exactly. Exactly, crew. Like, what the fuck?
Nigga,
Oh, Lord,
nigga, I have never been pulled over like I've been pulled over by Chicago PD. I swear to God, bro. You don't even get to breathe. They pull up, and I'm talking about they pull up behind you and in front of you.
Yep.
Like, what the fuck did I do?
Yeah, I never want.
Brandon Johnson, what about your Chicago police and how they harass us all day?
He just gave him more money.
And you talking about ICE. Nigga, ICE knows how to follow the law.
Right.
Chicago police don't. The fuck?
No, hell no. Chicago police is crooked as they come. I don't know who's worse, them.
They got the sheriff patrolling. They got the sheriff patrolling Ford Heights, Chicago Heights, all of the suburbs because all of the everybody's corrupt.
Right.
The sheriffs are corrupt. Everybody's corrupted. That's why it's called Crook County.
Not Cook County, Crook County. Yep.
Evil of a person you have to be as he's sitting here speaking on evil.
Exactly, in a state that's ill. Facts.
How evil of an individual that you actually have to be to lie like this, right? Now, I just want to take a moment to just tell the truth about this situation. That's been told 1,000,001 times, but since he wants to continue on with this, let's talk about this again very quickly. Let me take this down and pull this article up very quick. Ladies and gentlemen, this image right here is the image that dummies were running with on social media, saying that when the South Shore apartment in Chicago that was raided because it was infested with train dead out with gang members, when that apartment was raided, people were pushing this false nonsensical picture around saying, look, Black children are being zip tied and thrown in the back of vans. You're all dumb and you're all idiots. That never happened. And this picture, for those of you who don't know, actually came from this man's TikTok page right here, Officer Evans Jr., 42.2. This was a video of him playing with his son, chasing down his son, and then putting handcuffs on him as they were playing cops and robbers. I'm not going to play the video here because, you know, it YouTube acts funny with that kind of stuff.
Yeah, Lady Che, she be watching those reels and short videos, and she was playing that video of him playing cops and robbers with her son. So immediately I recognized that shit. I was like, yeah, this is some bullshit. They kept running around talking about the Black babies getting zip tied and arrested. Like, fuck out of here with that dumb shit. And then, you know, the red flag is always black and brown, black and brown. Who the fuck is
Jesse,
brown?
You get arrested for watching your TV on two screens, right?
Wow.
Talking about, well, you only had, you know, you had your Amazon Prime for one. You could watch it on one screen, but once you watch it on two screens,
it's illegal.
Now the Fed's gonna bust in your windows with the Black Hawk helicopter. Like, oh my God. You mean I can't record it on OBS? Oh my God.
We're taking over our neighborhood. We put the fucking illegals in our goddamn neighborhoods. So of course ICE gotta go into our neighborhoods to get them illegals out. The fuck?
And look, we just minding our own Okada business.
Exactly. Exactly. Revenge of the Okada.
But all I'm going to say is that if you haven't watched that video, it's the cutest, most adorable video in the world. It's going to put a smile on your face watching him chase down his like 2-year-old son. And then his son like puts his hands behind his back and he puts the handcuffs on his son. He walks away with his son. It is the most adorable video in the world. And you have to watch it if you haven't already because it's so cute. It currently is sitting on 16.5 million views. You see right here in like the bottom left-hand corner, right? But nonetheless, that's where this came from. And better than me talking about it, I'm going to let Officer Evans Jr. Speak on it himself because he did speak on it, and we're going to let him take it from here.
Meanwhile, this is what's happening to Black children in our neighborhoods.
Hey, so all right, so apparently my video yet going viral again, saying that ICE is detaining kids. So they're using that picture, which is my video, of me and my son playing cops and robbers. Literally, this is us. It's just crazy, like the link people will push it in this line on the internet, and I'm just lost for words. But if y'all don't know, me, myself, and my son, we live in Texas. We don't live in Chicago. Me and my son playing cops and robbers. Got a whole series on my page. I'm trying to figure out why people lying to make it political. Don't know, but it's sick as hell, and y'all need to find Jesus.
This man doesn't even live in Chicago. He lives in Texas. Understand at this point, everybody knows this. And everybody knows that that's a lie. Brandon Johnson knows that he's telling a bold-faced lie and continues to do it anyway. This is the DNC way, ladies and gentlemen. And then he goes over to Baltimore, with the mayor of Baltimore on his Crime is Down, Trust Me, Bro tour. And he continues on with this lie on top of the lie that his holistic remedies are the reason that crime is down in Chicago. Let's take a moment to unpack what he's saying, because I want to address the continued lie about kids being zip tied and thrown into vans, but also let's also address crime in Chicago as well, because for those of you who don't know, which a lot of you might know already, but if you don't, we're going to go through this video also. JB Pritzker was on Fox News and got completely torched. I don't even know why he went on. Well, I do know why he went on Fox News, and we'll address that in a second. But he got torched and made a fool of concerning crime in Chicago. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's head on over to Baltimore first, because once again, Brandon Johnson is on tour. So let's do that next.
Mayor Brandon Johnson's been part of the day in Baltimore, talking crime and what's working in cities like ours. He says Chicago's making progress without the National Guard, and he wants people to see the difference. As you know, the president has been threatening to send troops into Chicago to cut down crime. Courts have stopped that move for now. Johnson told Baltimore leaders data shows cities trending safer, homicides down nearly 30%, and he says blocks with violence interruption programs see 40 to 45% fewer shootings. He also points to year-round jobs and community partners as the real drivers. Now the question is whether City Hall can keep funding them as federal money dries up. Johnson says Chicago can stay safer without bringing in guardsmen.
Before we get into Brandon Johnson his lies right now, what's driving down crime is not his holistic nonsense remedies, right? What's driving down crime is the fact that nationally violent crime and murders have been trending down since the end of the pandemic. When the pandemic hit in 2020, all crime, including murders, skyrocketed nationwide. Now what's happening is that as we've come down off the pandemic, Chicago is hitting its pre-pandemic norms, 2019, which is still extraordinarily high, and is why people do not feel safe in Chicago, and why, as new polls have shown, 75% of Chicagoans want more police in the streets. Okay, so no, crime is not down because of nonsensical holistic remedies to which he's issuing out millions upon millions of dollars to these garbage nonprofits that are his buddies, and that money finds its way right back into his pockets, allegedly, that is, right? Wink wink, we know what's actually happening. But anyways, I digress. Brandon Johnson, carry on with your lies.
Taking over 20,000 illegal weapons off the streets of Chicago, where my local police department is working with ATF to do just that. And so what we're demonstrating is that there's an approach towards community safety that doesn't involve armed, masked men sticking long guns in the faces of poor people and sending Black Hawk helicopters in the middle of the night to terrorize communities.
Johnson calls that real safety, stability, jobs, and trust in neighborhoods. The next budget vote decides how much of that plan stays alive. City officials say they're tracking results, not rhetoric, and they'll need more than one good summer to prove it truly lasts.
Before we get back into the crime, one more time, I just want to... Black Hawk helicopters in the middle of the night sticking long guns in the faces of poor people. Let's have a quick listen to a woman who actually lives in that area and knows what's
No,
actually going
TD,
on, right?
go
And then
ask
we're going to
somebody
get
who
back
lives in
into
your
the
homeland.
crime and violent crime in
TD,
Chicago
what about
and
your
how
homeland?
absurd
What
murder
about
the
your
murder rate
homeland?
is in Chicago compared to the two other largest cities in the country, which is
I'm
Los
from here.
Angeles
I'm
and
from
New
here.
York,
You
let
finna
alone
send
compared to
somebody that's
all
lying.
major cities with the largest population, right? That's going to come next, but let's put this lie to bed once and for all concerning Black Hawk helicopters, long guns in the face of children on the south
TD
side of
from
Chicago. This is so
LA, there's a
stupid. Check this
tether
out.
from somewhere else. Stop it. Stop it. Don't talk about my homeland.
I thought he lived in Chicago before he lived in LA.
TD is in LA. He's a tether. Well, he's not a tether, but he's not from here. He's not FBA. So then now he's talking about
Chicago, you need to stop lying and saying, and people on this internet need to stop lying and saying that they're coming for Black people. Yes, there was a building in a Black community that was not majority Black because it had been overran by illegal gang bangers. Let's be clear. So why everybody want to keep throwing that narrative around half of South Shore is fucking invaded by illegals. That's the truth. So don't get on here saying Black people are being came for. They're coming because they're in our neighborhoods and our communities. That's why. So yes, they're going to go in buildings where Black people live and sleep because they put them in buildings where Black people live and sleep. South Shore, born and raised. I know what I'm talking about. Stop pushing that narrative because it's not correct. For those who was questioning about who I am and where I'm at, this is Adam Clayton Powell.
Yeah, my girl.
This is the building that everyone is in an uproar about. So as I said, South Shore, this is your community, your neighborhood, and this building was not majority Black when the ICE came the other day. Yes, Black people were affected, but this building was overran by illegal Venezuelan gangs. And I just had several conversations with residents who are moving their stuff out of here that confirmed that. So stop letting media put that false narrative in your head that's somebody coming for you, because they not. You was born here. You was born on this land. Rise up and stand up on something and stop letting any and everybody tell you something.
I mean, case closed. We should be able to put this to bed right now, right? It's obviously Brandon Johnson's going to keep running with that lie, but I'm not going to keep addressing it. I just wanted to make sure to play my part so that this information is out there. And if you want to share this with folks, let them understand this is just nonsense. It's complete nonsense. But now let's get on over to crime. Let's talk about crime in Chicago, because recently, as some of you may know, but if you don't know, J.B. Pritzker, Governor J.B. Flintstone, was on Fox News, and he got embarrassed, right? In so many different ways. But one of the ways that he got embarrassed is when Brett Baer was talking about crime in Chicago. And, you know, the lie that they keep spreading that, you know, violent crime is down, murder rate is down, you know, allegedly, right? Allegedly, it's down, it's dropped drastically. And apparently Chicago is the safest city in the country. J.B. Pritzker got embarrassed. And I want to play that for you right now and unpack a couple of things about that embarrassment that occurred to him.
I'm just fine.
So let's get into
Very
what J.B.
safe.
Pritzker had to say on Fox News next.
Why does Chicago have the highest murder rate of all the big cities?
Well, we are not in the top 30 in terms of our murder rate. Indeed, our murder rate it has been cut in half over the last 4 years, and every year it's gone down by double digits. And if you look at all of the violent crime over the last 4 years,
here's a map.
They've all gone down.
U.S. cities, 17.47 per 100,000 population. Chicago is number one over Philadelphia, Houston, Dallas, San Antonio, Phoenix, Los Angeles, New York, and San Diego.
What I'm explaining to you
Now,
is
you're
when
talking
you want to
about
fight
violent
crime. Look, you can pull statistics up.
No,
I can
these are
too.
murders.
I'm explaining to you that our murder rate has been cut in half. And very importantly, Brett, and you got to hear this. Very importantly, we've been doing the things that are necessary to bring crime down, right? We've invested in community violence interruption. We've invested in police.
Look at Fred
Homicides are
Flintstone's
not
dumb
murders.
face. God, he looks like such an idiot. This guy wants to be president of the United States. He's not even competing right now. The guy, he polls so low amongst Democrats, you know, as far as who they want to run for president in 2028. The guy's not even top 5. He's like number 8 behind Cory Booker. I kid you not. We've gone through this in the past. I'm not going to pull it up again. Stupid looking face. Anyways, so you heard what Fred Flintstone had to say. And Brett Baer pulled the stats up in front of his face. And I want you to really sit and think about and let it process how absurd the homicide rate is in Chicago. So let's get off of Fred Flintstone's face for a little bit.
Not really that
and let's come
absurd.
back over here. Okay?
Now, if
Ladies
he
and
bring his
gentlemen,
ass over here,
the
it might get
3
absurd,
largest cities
but
in
it's not
America,
absurd.
as we all know, is New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles, right? The 3 largest cities. Los Angeles and Chicago and New York, in population size and in landmass, is significantly larger than Chicago. All right. To
No,
be exact,
Chicago is way
right? I
bigger
want to
than
be
New
exact.
York. Are you stupid?
As far as
Chicago is way bigger.
population is concerned, New
Chicago
York City
landmass
has
is way bigger than
8.3 million
stupid.
people.
He doesn't know
Los
what he's
Angeles has
talking about. Chicago is
3.8 million people. Chicago only has 2.6 million people. As far as landmass is concerned, okay, Los Angeles is 241 square miles larger than Chicago, okay? That is 2 times larger as far as landmass is concerned. In New York City is 72.8 square miles larger than Chicago, okay? That's 1.32 times the landmass of Chicago. Both cities are significantly larger in population size and in landmass. But when you compare all 3 of those cities as it pertains to murder per 100,000, look at New
Murder
York,
or homicide.
4.50
Stop talking stupid. What about
per
your homeland, you
100,000.
big head ass goofy?
Los Angeles, 6.95 per 100,000. And when you get to Chicago, 17.47 per 100,000. But crime is down, ladies and gentlemen. Crime is down. Safest city
What
in the
about
country.
what about
I don't
your
even know
failed
how you open
homeland?
your mouth
Take your hat
to
off.
say
Take your hat off.
nonsense
Show
like
your hairline,
this.
you goofy.
Brandon Johnson
got a
will
New York
literally
hat
sit
on,
and tell you
you
that
live in
Chicago is
LA,
one of the
you
safest
goofball.
cities in the country with a 17.47 per 100,000 homicide rate. And when you factor in Philadelphia, Houston, Dallas,
Right.
San Antonio,
Homicide is
San
not
Diego,
murder.
Phoenix, these are all
Homicide
the
is
top
not murder.
populated
How many
cities
of
in the
your
country.
police is killing niggas?
Chicago is blowing them out of the water when it comes to homicide. But crime is down, ladies and gentlemen.
Homicide is not murder, you stupid goofy ass.
Crime
Take
is
your hat
down.
off and show your hairline, you
This is
goof ass
utterly
nigga.
absurd. It is
You're
absurd
talking stupid
to
shit.
say stuff like
Jesse,
this.
why are you letting this nigga
It is
talk
absurd
stupid
to say
shit?
that your city is the safest city in the country. But that's what they do. They get up here and lie. And clearly,
This is what this coward is doing. Sitting here lying with his goddamn New York hat on, hiding his hairline while he's in LA and he's not in his homeland. And what the fuck he talking about Chicago for? Nigga, he conflating homicides with murders. How many police kill motherfuckers? What the fuck? Homicide is not a murder. What the fuck? I've committed a homicide, but that wasn't a murder. What the fuck is he talking about?
Right. I just want to hear him debunk Brandon Johnson.
He really didn't, because he sounds like an idiot himself. He's a tether.
Yeah, he's not too, bro.
He's a tether.
Yeah,
He's a coon tether.
yeah. He used to
That's
be
why
that
he,
way, but
that's
now-
why he got his hat on. Man, I'll take my hat off when I'm live streaming sometimes. Shit, I'll take my hat off right now. Shit, like, goddamn it. But I'll show my hairline.
Yeah.
I'm not living in LA with a New York hat on talking about Chicago. Meanwhile, I'm
Right.
from Jamaica because I'm a tether. Fuck
But
are
he's
you
from
talking
Haiti.
about?
Yeah, he's from Haiti.
whatever.
Close
Well,
enough.
yeah, he's not from here.
No, hell no.
So now what?
Oh, Max in the building. Peace,
You
Max.
see, I'm showing my shit. My hairline.
Yep. Salute. Max in the building.
What up, Mac? What up, Mac?
Oh, okay, Mac. Well, you woke up just in time for Cheddar TD. Oh, God. All right. So, I think I'm about to end it.
Man, TD just pissed me off.
Oh, I got to get to my local news. That's what it is. All right. So, what's happening in Colorado? So, this is from like a week ago, and then the other one is from today or yesterday.
Thanks for waking up with us on this Wednesday here on 9 News at 6. I'm Corey Rose.
And I'm Jordan Chavez. A lot has happened since you went to bed, with multiple election results coming in that could change the course of the metro area. First, let's get a quick check of the weather and traffic outlook this morning with Katie and Eric.
Good morning, you guys. Erica, full moon up above
I
you,
love
the
it.
super moon, mostly clear skies for this Wednesday morning. Yes.
Fuck that bond package. Like, that shit is complete bullshit. The virus.
That was a nice
bond.
dress
That's what
that
they're talking
white
about right
girl
now.
had on.
Yeah. 2A, 2B, 2C, 2D, and 2E. These motherfuckers still ain't followed through on the previous bonds that they done passed. They had a Rise bond in 2017 and the Elevate bond in 2021. And we still waiting on that shit to be, the projects from that shit to be completed. And now this motherfucker about to put us in more debt. We're about to be $2 billion in debt as a result of this shit over the next 10 years. And we're already $200 million in debt behind the goddamn illegals.
Hey, did you
Transportation
see that shit?
and
They said
mobility.
that,
What's noteworthy here is
like out of all the EBT and all that, said it's only 30% that's actual Americans.
Yeah.
Between black people and white people, like actual Americans, said it's only 30%.
Yep, that's what.
Like 70%
That's what
is all damn immigrants. No, not born here. Nothing.
Yeah, because they have anchor babies. And when they have the anchor babies, they're able to get food stamps.
Man, I ain't mad at Trump. Cut that shit off, and then we'll just reapply.
Right.
You get me?
Yeah.
Bring your social security card up there to the damn office, and we'll reapply. I
Right.
bet you we get a little bit heavier checks too.
Right.
to rebuild the 8th Avenue Viaduct at the future site of the creation. So the biggest item here is going to be $70 million to turn the former Park Hill Golf Club into a city park. 2C, Health and Human Services, money from this Sandos Center and Sub Valley at 11th Avenue and Federal Boulevard. 2D, City Infrastructure. The biggest chunk of change here is $75 million toward a new public safety training center for fire and police. Lastly, 2E, Housing and Shelter. The majority of this bond issue would give the city $45 million to buy land or buildings for affordable housing. Now let's get to referendum 310. That was also a big one. That's the one about...
That's the one I wanted them to fucking vote no on. The motherfuckers voted yes on, and fucking Bloomberg donated like $5 million to make sure that shit remained in effect. Like, why the fuck does New York have their hands in our politics?
They're paying money.
Sickening.
They're paying money, Jesse. Like you seen that
Flavored
show
tobacco
Yellowstone?
Yeah.
They're paying money, man, and it's like damn near you can't do shit about it.
Yep.
You know what I'm
So
saying?
boom.
Like who putting all these vapes in here? We don't know who's. You know what I'm saying?
Well, they're trying to get all these vapes are gone. They're getting rid of all this shit.
Well, then somebody pays some money about that.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah,
get
that's what
me?
I'm saying.
So
Bloomberg
somebody
donated.
pays some money because they want to be able to sell regular tobacco or something. Like they want to sell
Products.
cigarettes.
Denver City Council banned selling them less than a year ago, and last night, Denver voters showed their support. More than 70% of people voted to keep the ban in place. Of course, we are keeping tabs on all of the races that matter to you, so coming up live in the next hour, we're going to break down what every Colorado voter saw on their ballots. That's Prop LL and MMs. So we know that LL is right, fixing that error that, oops, we took two people, coming in at a certain, for school lunches.
To keep the healthy free meals going for every kid. And the bond goes years.
Ain't nothing vibrant about that shit. So they passed that bullshit. So I'm gonna fast forward to the latest news.
Now you see my avatar. My avatar said, "Fuck what them are
Government
talking about." I'll still get my
shutdown,
square in my mouth.
Yeah. I just gotta go to Lady Chase. I'm gonna have to go to Lady Chase in January to get Newports now.
Colorado like Minnesota. Y'all just a soft ass state, man. Y'all got limp wrists over there.
They're trying to be like fucking California. California did the same thing. Last time I was in California, I couldn't get no menthol cigarettes.
Man, you can't carry a gun that have more than 10 rounds in it in California.
Yeah, you can't have that shit together at all. They find you with a
If your
together.
rifle look like it's a real rifle, oh, you gotta take that apart.
It's about 2,500 people.
Like what?
Yep, you gotta take it completely apart and have the ammunition on the side.
Right, locked
Separate
in
from
a
it.
separate box. Like what the fuck? I can't use this shit like this. The hell?
Right.
They say many are new faces, folks who have come in to find a way to feed their families during this uncertainty.
And I think right now this burden is really just so many families. It's just a roller coaster ride. Every day it seems like, what are we going to plan for this particular week?
32,000 Colorado administration only had to send out partial food benefit payments. The remaining 560,000 Coloradans are still waiting to get an expected 65% of their normal benefit.
On the fourth day.
Shit, I'm part of that 32,000 that got this shit. I did my recertification the same day, and it was like, oh, right before midnight, it dropped.
Oh, you got it right before Katanji just did them in, right? Katanji was like, oh.
I got it just in the nick.
Yep, before
Yeah,
she
right
sent her
before-
order in, like, yep, okay, yeah, I got a little bit at least.
Right.
Of the government imposed flight restrictions, President Trump is threatening to dock the pay of air traffic controllers who have called down. He
Not
made
even
the
getting paid. How you gonna dock their pay and they ain't even getting paid? Trump is stupid.
And I'm an aircraft.
How the fuck you gonna-
Look, Jesse, I'm an air traffic controller. Like they need me everywhere.
Right.
It's not like oh, I got fired and oh, I'm not gonna get a job nowhere.
Right.
I'm an air traffic controller
Right.
for the U.S. Trump
Right.
just fired me. You know, Israel, Iraq, everybody, Russia, everybody gonna hire me. You hear
Exactly.
me? I'm an air traffic controller. What the fuck is you talking about?
Threaten a truth social post while saying that he also wants a $10,000 bonus for controllers who have stayed on the job. Those controllers have not been paid in over a month. Some have called out, citing
And 10
the added
bands ain't
stress of
enough.
cutting 4% of flights at dozens of airports Friday, including DIA, arguing it would make air traffic safer by lightening the load of controllers. The agency says that number will rise to 6% tomorrow. The FAA expanded flight restrictions today, barring business jets and many private flights from using a dozen airports, including DIA. No one is hurt after
There
a
are
small
private
plane crash
airports, so
a
that
plane
doesn't even
landed
count.
on
So
a road in Castle Rock tonight. This happened just
There are
Yeah, that's
private
private
airports.
We're just saying they
There are
can't
private
use the main
airports.
airport.
Jesse, there are people with their farmlands and shit. Like these old white people, they got their own land. Like I got a guy that
Yeah.
flies planes, that flies Wayne and Jay-Z around and shit. Like that's what he does. You get me? Like
Right.
it's always airports. It's always
Right.
airports. You don't even like you can fly so low that the feds don't even get involved because you just flying so low. Like what? Man, you people don't know what they talking
15
about.
on Prairie Hawk Drive. That's near Wolfensberger Road and not far from I-25. Castle Rock police say the plane didn't cause any other problems other than blocking the road. It just needs to be towed away and picked up. It's not clear yet, though, what caused it to crash land.
Sun is set on another warm and dry fall day in Denver. It actually feels like the sun's set roughly 6 hours ago.
Yes, it does.
If you like the warmer weather, it is going to stick around. Let's check in with Kathy Sabin on that.
We had a beautiful sunset tonight, right at 4:47. It was like the magic hour. So many great shots coming in. This one from Ted Stump in the Saddle Rock, Aurora area. Look at the sky in Genesee. The Lynn and James Haas family with all of that glorious color. So very pretty along the Front Range foothills. A lot of people saw it out on the Eastern Plains. Beautiful sunset in Wiggins. Thanks to the sky just alight with color. Temperatures are mild after a day with highs in the 70s. We're at 58 here at the studios. That's 33 degrees warmer than where we were at this point yesterday. Winds picking up, bringing in a lot of high and mid-level cloud deck. We're not going to see much in the way of rain or snow. Maybe some changes at the end of the week. Mild over with a few clouds out there and temperatures in the 50s. Coming up, we're going to detail this high fire danger we'll be talking about tomorrow and possible record high temperatures ahead of a Friday storm that could.
Police now say 2 convenience store employees hurt in a police shootout with a robbery suspect were actually injured by the officer's gunfire.
This happened 2 weeks ago tonight at the Maverick on South Parker Road and South Peoria. 9 News reporter Janelle Finch is in Denver with an update on this investigation. Janelle?
Kim, Kyle, Denver police say one employee was hit in the leg and the other was hit in the foot. They both were treated that night of the shooting and released from the hospital that same day. DPD says what may happen next to the officer or officers who hit those employees will be up to the courts. Now, we want to let you know this report will contain video of police firing multiple rounds. Hey, watch out. Denver police say just before 9 p.m. on October 27th, officers received a 911 call about an armed robbery at a southeast Denver gas station. Go! Be careful. Officers say 35-year-old Jose Moore came in to buy a pack of cigarettes, but couldn't pay.
Shortly after this, Mr. Moore produced a firearm and demanded the clerks lock the door and turn off the lights. Mr. Moore told the clerks to call the police. Major Crimes Commander Matt Clark says while waiting for officers, Moore smoked a cigarette, drank small bottles of Fireball, and laid out his ID and Social Security card on the counter.
Drop the gun! Clark says officers arrived in 3 minutes and entered the business when they heard a gunshot. DPD says officers found 2 employees while Moore hid behind a shelf. Police say Moore shot 9 rounds towards officers, hitting 1 in the leg.
That didn't sound like 9 shots, but
God, that sounded like more than that.
as I said, that didn't sound like 9 shots.
4 uniformed Denver police officers discharged firearms at the subject.
Denver PD says 4 officers shot 57 rounds at Moore. The 2 employees were later determined to have been caught in the gunfire.
One of our officers who fired, it was a result of them firing that caused the injuries to the clerks.
Chief Ron Thomas says Denver police train for these situations. He says the officers may have not perceived the clerks to be in the line of fire.
You know, I don't think that there was time to instruct those people to move anywhere else, especially since it really was undetermined if he was shooting at anybody that moved or if he was just determined to shoot at the officers.
He says an external review of the incident will determine what happens to the officer or officers who injured the employees.
There's the legal question that the district attorney will be evaluating, and then there will be a determination as to whether or not the officers actions were within policy.
Both employees and the DPD officer are making full recoveries. Police say that Moore was previously known to law enforcement, but there are still a lot of unknowns about Moore's mental state at the time. Live in Denver, Janelle Finch, 9 News.
Denver Public School Superintendent Alex Marrero has been named one of the 2 finalists for the top job in Chicago's public schools. That's according to our partners at the Denver Gazette. Marrero did not confirm or deny that he is seeking to get out of town, but the Chicago Sun-Times and other outlets reported on the situation while noting that Chicago School Board has signed non-disclosure agreements to keep this confidential. The news of Marrero's possible departure comes as DPS faces increasing scrutiny over transparency, board governance, and the superintendent's leadership has been a point of contention for years in Denver. The finalist list in Chicago, reported last week by news organizations there, includes Marrero and a woman named Misha Ross Porter, who led the public schools in New York City in 2021.
Denver Mayor Mike Johnston just signed a new contract to keep the city's flock license plate tracking cameras on. That's despite the concerns of progressives on the city council.
9 News reporter Spencer Soysher is along now. And Spencer, Mayor insists that this new contract addresses the community's concerns about federal agents getting a hold of Denver's data.
Yeah, the mayor has repeatedly said that the cameras need to stay on because they help solve and reduce crime. And he said this new contract has provisions in it that address the immigration concerns. But a legal expert in the field worries it won't.
So we made 2 really dramatic sets of changes.
Denver Mayor Mike Johnston unilaterally moved forward with a new flock camera contract, saying he listened to progressives' concerns about immigration agents gaining access to the system like they had in the past.
One is in who can access the flock cameras, and the second is what they can access it for.
The contract amendment obtained by 9 News is 8 pages long. But for now, let's skip all the way to the bottom to the very last 2 lines. Flock reserves the right to respond immediately to urgent law enforcement requests for information as outlined in our evidence policy. Flock notifies a customer after disclosing data in response to an emergency request, except in certain circumstances, such as when Flock is prohibited from doing so by law.
I think people who are against this contract would read that line and say, wait a minute, Flock is going to respond to these requests without even telling us and without even notifying us first.
Artie Walker-Petticola is an attorney and a fellow at the University of Wisconsin Law School, and she's done extensive research on governments using surveillance. And Artie believes that clause is pretty standard.
They do get subpoena requests. They do get requests for information from other police departments.
Standard is not how the mayor described this contract.
We've worked with Flock to build a custom-built model just for Denver. This is a unique Denver model that only exists for us.
It's not an untoward request. However, it goes against this idea of, we now have total control over our data, or we have total transparency over our data.
Denver's previous contract had a similar clause in it. In a statement tonight, the city said the emergency process requires identifying the agent
You missed it, crew. Our superintendent here in Denver is moving to Chicago. He's gonna be the new superintendent in Chicago.
Of what?
Of Chicago Public Schools.
Oh, he and Brandon can go to jail all together. Trump finna come for them.
Yeah, his
Like,
ass.
did you think this shit was that sweet?
Yeah,
Like, man, you see the feds at the bank and you still want to go rob it. All right.
Yeah. Stupid.
Hey, do you see my picture, Jesse?
Yeah, great fathers.
Right, with you see who's in the window in the background?
Who is that? I can barely see it.
With a big old hole in his neck. Sorry.
Oh.
Oops,
Punk ass.
is that George Floyd with Charlie's family? Being a great father? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oops, that's gonna make a bunch of people mad. My bad.
Yeah, fuck Charlie Kirk. Man, he rest in piss and shit.
And that's George Floyd with his wife and kids.
Yeah.
You know they share the same birthday, right? Happy birthday.
Yeah. October 14th.
Exactly.
And their contact info and can only be used if Flock can help prevent risk of death or serious injury. The city says it's not worried Flock would give its data in other circumstances. Auditor a letter asking him not to sign this contract and to investigate the way the mayor was able to bypass for them to take effect. His office told us he'll review any that he needs. Spencer.
He better, because that's some bullshit. But yeah, I played a video, crew. I don't know if you've seen it, but there was this old white man at Cherry Creek Mall, and one of them illegals tried to rob him. And he said, "You got to kill me, motherfucker."
Oh, man,
he said, "Not today, motherfucker. You gonna kill me."
Yeah.
And that motherfucker ran off.
That's the charge you want to catch today? You give me? Is that the charge you really want to catch today?
Larry was with the business. He said, "You gonna have to kill me, motherfucker."
I ain't going.
Larry is 85 years old. He said, "Yeah, you want my watch? You gonna have to kill me for it."
All right, nigga, I work 40 years for this watch.
All right.
What you talking about? My granddaddy gave me this shit. Man, I ain't going.
I want to go over the equity study. Oh, wait, let me play that for y'all. What we said at the damn equity study.
Man, y'all got Euro, you got
So,
Euro
for those that
double
don't know,
cheeseburgers out there, Jesse?
Euro. Oh no! Yeah. Oh, we got gyros. We got a gyro spot out here.
No, but like with the cheeseburger,
but we don't have
cheeseburger, and you put the gyro meat on there.
Nah, like maybe at Arby's.
Man, Arby's ain't gonna do it. You got to go to a spot.
Yeah, we got one gyro spot out here.
And it's got to be the Middle Easterns that's serving it to you. They know how to cook chicken. Us niggas taught them how to cook chicken.
I think it is a Middle Eastern spot too.
There's always one of them guys. Hey guy, hey buddy.
Uh-huh.
Disproportional will allow 2 minutes of witness testimony so that we also have time for the panel to respond or ask a question to any of the witnesses.
So we got this racial equity study that they're making us pay for. This is complete bullshit for reparations here in the state of Colorado. So me and Lady Che, every time they have a meeting, we pull up and let them know what it is. So This is the latest one this past Wednesday. So I just want to play with. I'm just gonna play what me and Lady Chase said because this one bro got up there talking about baby bonds, that Cory Booker shit, and I was like, oh hell no.
Man, what did you do with your mic, Jesse? Because your mic sounds good now.
I
But you
just
hearing your
muted.
earbuds?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Discrimination, so we appreciate you putting that record so we can focus on working on it. Zohran, you represent the beginning.
Yes, sir. Jesse Bashawn Paris represent for Black Star Action Movement for Self-Defense, Positive Action Commitment for Social Change, as well as the Unity Party of Colorado, Northeast Denver Residents Council Frontline Black News, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, the Revolutionary Agenda. And I am a 30-plus year native of Colorado, third generation. I appreciate the study, I really do. But we need to get to the point of this whole thing, which is reparations, which is tangibles, specifically for a agreed group of people. It's not a free-for-all for all Black people. This is for a specific lineage of Black people, the foundational Black Americans, the people that built this country, the descendants of American child slavery, the freedmen. As Frank alluded to, there's been emphasis on helping Black immigrants, whereas they're not helping freedmen get into these schools, get into these colleges, get into these health fields, get into these tech and science fields. It's not being emphasized. So I would like to see a study on that. Also, we need an anti-Black hate crime bill. I don't hear none of politicians, especially Democrats, talking about a hate crime bill. We are still the #1 victim of hate crimes in this country, in the state, and in the city. And as, again, Frank alluded to, this is a very racist city, a very racist state, and a very racist country. And even the Southern Poverty Law Center said that. We're still the #1 victim of hate crimes. We still don't have no hate crime bill. We're seeing the Asians got a hate crime bill though during COVID, but we are still the #1 victim of hate crimes, and we still don't have an anti-Black hate crime bill. So I would like to see a study done on the number of hate crimes that we've experienced since this country's inception, or since the state's inception, really, because we are the bicentennial state. So since this state's inception, I would like to know how many hate crimes we've had, how many went actually unsolved. We touched on the lynchings, we touched on the hangings, the classification for lynching is pretty broad. Also, I would like to know what's being done about the police. We're still getting victimized by the police. Is there a study being done about that? Police brutality against foundational Black Americans. Is there a study on health? Where's the Black doctors, specifically the foundational Black American Black doctors? Because we might have some doctors that look like us, but they're not of the lineage, and they're not going to take care of us like somebody of the lineage would. So I'd like to see a study on that as well. Not taking out my time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paris. And what I would say is I appreciate your testimony. The beauty of this commission and work with Chicago is doing is not limited to only one particular area of interest, but it is all inclusive of all those issues. And so I'm glad that you said share this with my team. I think we hear this, and I'm sure they can do their work to come back and make sure we have more data and information. So thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
Last but not least, please touch that we represent the beginning.
Forgive me that I'm all messed up. Packages.
Oh, thank you, bro.
My name is Brandon Green Bridges. Obviously, and biggest looking at a foundational Black American on my father's side, Indian and British. I'm just going to get right to it. Right? And as great as this study is, we just sat back and heard about how they treated Black women committed crimes way back then. This is just the start of your start times of you're looking at from this time to 1980. Like, you gotta go further back. You gotta go back to where it started as like when this became a territory, when this actually became a state. You have racism, active racism, right there above your heads. Right there, right above your heads. A whole line of white lies, right above your heads. Okay. I'm just gonna ask a series of questions, very serious questions. If someone was to draft anti-Black racism primer, something that protects specific lineage people, would you walk that through to the governor's office? If it's written in your language, the coding that you use, like whereas and whatnot, would you walk it through? Meaning, could you be trusted to endorse it because it'll cover everything that we're looking for? When we talk about anti-racism, Black racism, we're talking about how the mistreatment of us versus them, it starts in the medical field, okay, where they stole our genetics, used them for all sorts of experiments. Prison system, where they do that to the men as well as the women. They sell our genetic makeup every time they swab our mouths for felonies. As they steal our genetics, only to use it for nefarious purposes, we are left with no answers, no repair, no impact. You don't even know. When we talk about maternal death, yes, that is very serious. But we also have to start with how we were treated, how Black women were treated from start to finish, how they couldn't hold a baby inside because of the stressors of racism and white supremacy actively. We're looking at the penitentiary, from the start of the penitentiary. Why was it a death sentence? For simple things, you know what I mean? With men and women. We were asked about the children. We're looking at the juvenile justice system, how they're treated as soon as they go in. May I have 2 more minutes? I found something brief. Okay. What we're looking for is simple. If a drafted bill comes to you, you'll try to look at it, you'll read it, and specific in your languages that you use to make other things matter. We need to go from be able to sit down, read it, interpret it, and walk that through. It's very serious. What we do here moves to the other states. You'll thank me later for it. The other thing is, if somebody has drafted a bill for repair with an actual number for cash-based, lineage-based reparation, will you walk that through? The reason I say that is because you are closest to the government. This is something that we're, as beautiful as everybody thinks this is really an atrocity. Every single moment of it. It's not trauma bonding, it's an ugly, ugly history. We suffer from colorism amongst our own politicians, right? They say this is a Black woman, Black political action movement, yet they color us. Also, one more thing. When we're talking about the demographics between more melanated family members and more melanated people, we look also for the mulattoes. There were categories that were left out or given privilege when there was not, but they were also defined by either hair texture, color of eyes, looked at as whether they can afford to be there. They also go into the covenant as well, treated under the Black code, what's the word I was looking for? Okay.
People of color.
That right there is very important because not all mulattoes were close to the proximity to whiteness. You want to look at also to the Masons, things like that are really important. All these things matter, and they all start way back from the time you have up further back. And one more question. The migration thing was brought up. Are we referring to the Great Migration? Because not only are we looking at it from the south to the north, this from that way to this way, we want to talk about from this way to that way. And how we were treated where we couldn't even feed our children as we picked food and sat so close to each other. There was no way, the camps, the things that we had to wait for, having the children watch our children, we go pick fruit and stuff like that, for a little pay. People died en route in the Great Migration. I want to know about that too. Thank you, it's very important. I'm sorry I took up your time. Please have a wonderful evening.
No, it's all good. Don't apologize. This is one of the very few spaces that you can come to and you never have that. Let me just say this, because I like to answer plainly, yes. And that's a short answer for any policies that come from this conversation that are informed and advised. We're always open. We talking to the legislators, pass the first police brutality in the country.
Because once I'm looking to codify.
And to your point, I want to respect. To your point, no, you're fine.
Intimidating, sir.
To your point, what we do in Colorado usually is a model for other places around the country. And then what we passed here, in particular when it comes to police brutality, was copied and pasted, and that was just the beginning. We got more work to do, right? So, no, not at all. So I just want to say thank y'all for coming. We definitely are about the work, and just grateful for everybody that's part of the commission, for those who came to testify, for History Colorado, all the phenomenal work that you're doing, for the money that's being raised. I also want to point out this conversation would have never happened had people in the state of Colorado helped fund this conversation. We were not able to get taxpayer dollars from the state of Colorado for this commission, but it has been heavily fundraised by community and with History Colorado support. We still got a little work to do with 550,000 if you didn't hear that. So times are tough. That it's.
Like I said, they're making us fund our own goddamn study. It's fucking ridiculous. And we got all these goddamn millionaires and billionaires. We got a whole billionaire in this fucking city. And he could easily fund this shit, but no. See, one of those for all gun laws. He's a Democrat, so probably not. I know the Republicans are, though. Them Republicans, they be bringing guns in that damn Capitol all the damn time. One time, motherfucker got caught with a gun at the check-in. Yeah, his family was preachers, so yeah, he comes from that background. Yeah, he's a Democrat. He wants too many gun laws, too many restrictions. Yeah, this is final term though, so he might ease up on that. But that's who's sponsoring the racial equity study. I got one more video for y'all, and that is what they want to try to do with Wells Street, where I live. And I wanted y'all to hear what the community had to say about it, because the community was not digging it at all. Straight up gentrification. Yes, he signed now. Especially the youth, they were not digging it at all.
One person you said it right.
So now him over there that's speaking, that's Norm Harris the third. His family is like one of the pioneers of 5 points, and he's basically selling out on the whole community. I hate to say, it's really bad, but we know him, so we have a cordial relationship with him. But I don't like what the hell they're doing. He sits on the 5 points BIG bid, which is the Business Improvement District, which ain't really done nothing to help 5 points. It's just nothing but gentrification going on over here, and white folks walking their goddamn dogs. at this town hall meeting. It was nothing but crackers, and a few of us sprinkled in from the actual community of 5 Points, and the youth showed up. So shout out to the youth for showing up. I appreciate them showing up and voicing their concerns about this whole thing. So basically what it is they want to take the light rail out of 5 Points and make Welton Street, which is a one-way street, a two-way street, and put like all these like planters and benches and all this shit down. Try to make it look like Cherry Creek, like a real richy, affluent area, and we was just not digging it. Let me show y'all the little pictures. So they have all these damn crackers in here. What the hell with the crackers? Let's hear from the actual community. So this is the Tether Man. Remember Mac, the Tether Man? The Tether Man put this on. Oh, goddamn, Daryl Watson. Mr. Tether Man himself, the councilman of the district for now. I might challenge the bastard in 2027 if I don't run for mayor. I've already been propositioned to run against this clown.
You might need to go for senator.
Shit, I gotta start at the local level. I already ran for House of Representative. I could run for that again too. I got 3 options. I could either run for House of Representative again, I could run for mayor again, or I could run for city council again.
Which do you think would be most effective? And which do you think you would get? I would say city council. And then that leads to mayor.
Right.
Then that leads to like state senator and
right. I think I think I could beat this motherfucker because I'm really from the community. Everybody know me in this district, so.
hell, even school board.
Yeah, well, that already happened. They elected 2 new Democrats to the school board. That happened on November 4th.
Or join the homeowner association and kick off Trinidad right out.
Yeah, that would be
like,
nice.
Hey, Holmes, you can't have your flag up here.
Right.
You can't have your flag. It's against the homeowners.
Right. The homeowner association is like in Montbello and Green Valley Ranch. But yeah.
Hey, that'd be some cold ass shit. You be homeowners association security. Hey, Trinidad Rockwell, you got to move around, man. You can't be doing that over here. Homeowners association. Let me see some ID.
If I run for city council, though, I could pass a bill to completely get them mugs up out of here.
Your voice, and we'll check with the Dottie team to provide once again their timeline. And then from my office, we'll be responding back to everyone that participated with any other community process that we will have in conjunction where Dottie's at, as well as a community form process just simply through District 9. So any of the folks here that have been writing stuff down, QR coding, 1 or 2 folks, your thoughts on what we have going on? I'm sorry.
Yeah, can we hear from the youth?
We can hear from anyone that's here. So, all right, good.
Hey, Trey, I'm finna jump off, man.
All right, appreciate you coming on, Phil.
Hey, thanks for having me on, bro. Shout out to you. Shout out to the chat. I'll be listening, but I ain't finna stay on here.
Okay, I'm listening.
So I want to clarify the neighbors' meeting. That is an informed meeting. The idea is for neighbors to say what they want to see within the corridor. There are no decisions being made tonight for removing rail, adding buses. It's really, we want to receive your feedback. We have a mobility study that the Department of Transportation must complete as far as their investments on the existing rail line. We need to have feedback from young people. We need to have feedback from everyone here as to what you want. So if
He's just trying to check off the box. Oh, we did community outreach. No, the fuck you didn't, Daryl. Like, this is such bullshit. You invite all these goddamn crackers to a black town hall meeting. Like, fuck out of here, Mr. Tetherman.
your ideas that you want the transit as it currently is to stay, that's part of the feedback. If your ideas you want changes to the transit, we want to hear those voices as well. So there are no decisions being made. We need two more inputs, Brent.
I'll just say, this is like major erosion. The findings are like just more gentrification and more erosion. Sometimes you want to live here, so you want to see more trees and stuff. This is a very vibrant neighborhood, especially if you want to invest near very beautiful area where we find nothing but beautiful black people walk the street every single day. Businesses are open. People are spending back dollars with black people. Oh, then here you come. Buy everything, and then you want to change everything and take out the light route. All you have to do is open the two spots that you got shut down. Open them up. It actually goes somewhere. That last little, what is it, Mamdani? That's a stop right there for black people to get off and connect to other places that black people live. Right? The 38 and 23 are like black buses. Contrary public police, it's really black people that ride with buses to go to Park Hill, all the way down to Quest, you know where in Quebec. I'm sorry, I'm very upset. It hurts my soul knowing that I grew up in this neighborhood, this area, and we don't even see each other. It just brought us out. We want to be around and we want to be comfortable. We want to be comfortable. Building up all this stuff. And you don't care how we feel. You don't see our faces in our energy. But you just want to talk about trees and make it beautiful for you. That's the street called one way for a reason. Right? And so you talk about historic, you want to enjoy the site. You can't enjoy black anything because you took it from us.
Right.
You can't. There's no possible. Sorry.
Thanks so much, Brandy. Any final thoughts from neighbors, and then we want to talk through.
Lady Chase set that whole room on fire. The Muzz, after this meeting, they was coming up to her talking about, oh, we understand. No, the fuck you don't, cracker. If you understood, you get the fuck out of our neighborhood. Fuck you mean you understand? You don't understand a motherfucking thing. But we gonna keep applying that pressure to your ass till you leave.
Timeline for future discussions.
Go ahead, Lamont.
Okay, my name is Lamont Knowles. I'm a Park Hill resident, but I have family history here in the Five Points going back to the 1940s. They were business owners, etc. Anyway, downtown Denver is doing a redevelopment plan. And absent from that conversation is connectivity to Welton Street. And Welton Street is an extension of downtown. Welton Street should be a destination for downtown. When conventions come into downtown Denver, we're bypassing Welton Street and going to other neighborhoods. But this is going to be much more successful. It already is with the train. But I think that we need to be included in that plan downtown to establish connectivity so we can get some of that money, right? We can do it with businesses, right? Because this is an entertainment and restaurant kind of community, and then everything else kind of goes around.
I appreciate you saying that, Lamont. And to be clear, the downtown area plan is taking its way through the city council for approval, includes Wellington Court. So part of this reason for this discussion is because it is in the plan. And the idea is for the community to say, what have been missed, what have we missed over the years as far as.
Yeah, it's in the planning, all right. They've been planning this shit for like 20 years. They think they ass are slick, but we see through the bullshit. Let me show y'all what the fuck they was planning on doing. Mr. Cow. Here it is. Look at this shit. You gonna put damn pictures up. You ain't got no black people in the pictures. So, you know, we already like, what the fuck? Where the black people at? Look at this shit. This is what they planning on doing.
Like, this is what gentrification look like in real time. Yeah, black faces helping facilitate it. I don't see no black people in any of these pictures. What up, Dash? All right.
It's good seeing you. Thank you for coming.
Yeah. But so what's all going on? They got the pictures
So
up.
these are just renderings of potential, current state of Weldon, and then like some potential things to look at. Some talk about the streetscape project that they're currently working on. So none of this is like official except for the things that the current state of Weldon. Just kind of spark some ideas, get people talking a little bit.
Okay. Thank you. My lady, sure.
Wonderful, wonderful. Hello. Hello, thank you for coming. We appreciate y'all.
Yeah, they appreciate us because we are a pain in their motherfucking ass. We stay in them about this shit because I'm beyond sick of it. That BID is a joke. These damn plans are a joke. But this is what they've been planning for like 20 years.
So this is what it look like now. Oh, the street looks like now. And this is what they want to change it to. Which I don't agree with at all. What up, Paul?
How you doing?
All right.
It's good to see you.
Too.
How you doing, sir? Thanks for being here. Thanks for coming down. We're letting folks know this is current state of where we're at. This is ideas. If you're talking about a transit-rich corridor, what that could mean. This is not by any means us saying we're implementing this, but we're providing an opportunity to say, hey, like any transit-rich corridor throughout the city and county of Denver, they have these types of amenities. We don't.
Yeah.
And if there's an opportunity for us to have it, this is what it can look like. So I didn't want folks to be dreaming about changes and not be able to see the depictions of what could be possible.
Yeah, I seen these renderings at the 5 Points BID meeting.
Yes, and it's the same rendering. We wanted to make sure folks got to see.
Yeah, okay.
Make it happen, Lord.
So have y'all met with RTD yet?
I think one of the representatives are there.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
What you think?
I'm so used to the train being there, man.
I know, but look at
And the pictures don't have no black people. I don't see no black people in any of these pictures.
What are you saying? You know. Me and you walking down here, that's just...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, all we're displaying is gentrification.
You live down here, I live down here.
I know. I just moved back, though.
I'm just saying, objectively. Jesse, you know you don't want that.
The train or the Wasonia?
I'm saying, look at how narrow that is.
Yeah.
Community,
we don't have walkability.
Yeah, that's true. That part is
In
true.
our community, not having walkability.
But you remember we had one-way streets, no stop signs, no street lights.
I understand, but I'm just saying now we need to how you doing? Good to see you.
So he don't get it. He trying to convince me that this shit's a good idea, and I'm like, fuck no, not feeling it at all. The same little two-way streets that they talking about doing, they've already done them in the area. And me and Lady Tay almost got hit multiple times on our way from the state capitol to this damn town hall meeting on those two-way streets that they claim are so safe. So they can miss me with that bullshit. But that's all I have for y'all. Appreciate y'all staying up super late with me. Yeah, he does need to go. So join us tomorrow or later on today for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, Season 10, Episode 51. That's Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. And we'll see y'all then. In the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms, Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook, Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations and delineations and Black empowerment. Shane Krumah signing out from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City. Peace. Oh, shout out to Crew for coming through. Shout out to Breeze for coming through. Shout out to Mac 285 for coming through. Shout out to Twin for holding it down. And Jay Militant for coming through as well. And anybody else speaking and not speaking. Peace.